April had just turned cold again when I got the call about the house. My childhood home in Millbridge, Vermont, had been sitting empty for 18 months since Dad passed, and the lawyer said it was time to either sell or commit to the property taxes. I'd been avoiding it, honestly. The place held too many memories, and not all of them were the kind you want to revisit. But my apartment lease in Boston was ending, and I figured 2 weeks in Vermont wouldn't kill me. I could sort through decades of accumulated stuff, get the house ready for listing, and maybe find some closure. The drive up through New Hampshire felt longer than I remembered. The mountains pressing in on both sides of the highway, still patched with dirty snow even though it was late March. Millbridge hadn't changed much. Population 3,200, one stoplight, 3 churches, and a general store that doubled as the post office. The kind of place where everyone knows your business before you do. The house looked smaller than it did in my memories. The white paint had gone gray in patches, and the apple orchard behind the property had grown wild, branches tangled together like arthritic fingers reaching toward the sky. Dad had stopped maintaining it after Mom died in 2009. I'd been away at college then, and when I came back for the funeral, the orchard was already starting its slow surrender to nature. Now it looked like something out of a fairy tale, the kind that doesn't end well. I'd hired a local kid, Andrew Brennan, to help me haul stuff to the dump. His mom had been friends with my mom back in high school, and he needed money for community college. He showed up on Monday morning in a pickup truck that sounded like it was held together by prayer and duct tape. We started in the attic, where Dad had stored everything he couldn't bear to throw away. Boxes of Christmas decorations, old tax returns, my school projects from elementary school. It was going to be a long 2 weeks. The photo fell out of a water-damaged cardboard box labeled Kitchen Misk in Mom's handwriting. I almost missed it, would have if the corner hadn't caught the light just right. It was a Polaroid. The colors faded to that weird orange-yellow tint they get after a few decades. 5 teenage girls stood in a line, arms around each other's shoulders, grinning at the camera. They were dressed in that unmistakable late 80s style, all big hair and acid-wash denim and neon windbreakers. I recognized Mom immediately, second from the left, her dark hair permed into oblivion. She couldn't have been more than 16, maybe 17. The photo had been taken in front of our orchard. I could see the neat rows of apple trees in the background before they'd gone wild. Someone had written on the white border at the bottom in blue pen, "Summer 1987, best friends forever." I flipped it over. On the back, in different handwriting, were 5 names: Diane, Julie, Mom's name, Vanessa, and Christine. I'd never seen this photo before. Mom had hardly any pictures from her teenage years, said she didn't like having her photo taken back then. But here she was, looking genuinely happy, surrounded by girls I'd never heard her mention. I showed it to Andrew, who was wrestling with a box of old National Geographic magazines. He glanced at it and shrugged. "Looks like your mom had friends," he said. "That's the orchard, right?" Before it went crazy. I asked if he recognized any of the other girls, if their families still lived in town. He squinted at the photo, then pointed to the girl on the far right, a blonde with a prominent gap between her front teeth. That might be Christine Holloway. There's still a Holloway family on Birch Road, but I don't know if they're related. He handed the photo back to me and went back to the magazines. Something about it bothered me, though, the way it had been tucked away in a random box, like someone had hidden it deliberately. That night after Andrew left, I sat at the kitchen table with a bottle of Dad's old whiskey and stared at those 5 smiling faces. Mom's smile looked different than I remembered it, more open, less weighted down by whatever had made her so quiet in her later years. The next morning, I drove into town with the photo in my jacket pocket. The Millbridge Public Library was in the same building as the town hall, a brick structure that smelled like old paper and floor wax. Mrs. Galloway, the librarian who'd been there since before I was born, looked up from her desk with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes when I walked in. I told her I was doing some family history research, that I'd found an old photo of my mom and wanted to learn more about her friends. She got very still when I showed her the picture. Her finger traced over the faces, lingering on each one. "Where did you find this?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I told her it had been in a box in the attic. She handed it back quickly, like it had burned her. "Those girls," she said, then stopped. "Most of them moved away a long time ago. You know how it is with small towns? People leave." But there was something in the way she said it, something rehearsed, like she'd told this story before and had gotten good at making it sound casual. I pressed her, asked specifically about each name. Mrs. Galloway's jaw tightened. "Diane moved to California in 1988. Julie, I think she went to New York. Vanessa, maybe Florida. Christine stayed the longest, but she left too. Must have been 1989 or 1990. Every answer came out too quickly, too prepared. I asked if she had yearbooks from that era. Maybe I could find more information about them. She told me the yearbooks from those years had been damaged in a flood in the basement back in 2003. Most of them were thrown out. Convenient, I thought, but didn't say. I thanked her and left, but as I reached the door, she called out, "Your mother wouldn't want you digging into this." I turned around. "Into what?" She just shook her head and went back to her computer, fingers trembling slightly as they found the keyboard. Outside, I sat in my car for a long time, engine running, heat blasting. The whole conversation felt wrong. People don't react like that to a simple question about old high school friends, not unless there's something to hide. I spent the rest of that day at the town hall, going through old newspaper archives on microfiche. The Millbridge Gazette was a weekly paper, mostly local sports and town council meetings, but I figured disappearances would make the news. I searched every issue from 1987 through 1992. Nothing. Not a single article about missing girls, runaways, or disappearances. There were obituaries, sure, but none for anyone matching those names or ages. What I did find was strange in its absence. There were gaps in the papers, issues that should have existed but didn't. July 1987 was missing. October 1988 had 3 consecutive weeks gone. Spring of 1989, another gap. I asked the clerk about it, a young guy who clearly didn't care much about his job. He said sometimes issues got damaged or lost over the years, it happens, but the pattern felt deliberate. Those weren't random gaps. I drove to the address Andrew had mentioned, the Holloway place on Birch Road. It was a small ranch house with peeling yellow paint and a yard full of cars in various states of disrepair. An older man answered the door, maybe in his 70s, with suspicious eyes and a Boston Red Sox cap pulled low. I introduced myself, said I was looking for information about Christine Holloway. His face changed instantly, not sad, but angry. "You a reporter?" he asked, his hand tightening on the doorframe. I told him no, that I was just trying to learn about my mom's old friends. He stared at me for a long moment, then said, "Christine ran away in 1989. Took off in the middle of the night, didn't leave a note, nothing. Police said she was 18, free to go where she wanted. End of story." But his voice cracked when he said her name. I asked if he'd ever heard from her after she left. He shook his head. "Not a word in 36 years. Her mother died thinking Christine hated us. You want to know the truth? The truth is this town let her disappear and nobody gave a damn." He started to close the door, then stopped. "Your uncle was the police chief back then, Harold Weaver. He told us Christine was a troubled girl, that she'd probably gone to find herself in some city somewhere. He said we should let it go, that she'd come back when she was ready. We believed him." The door shut in my face before I could respond. Uncle Harold. Mom's older brother, the one who died of a heart attack when I was 12. I barely remembered him, just a stern man in a uniform who showed up at family holidays and didn't smile much. When I got back to the house, Andrew was loading broken furniture into his truck. I asked him if he knew anything about girls disappearing in the late 80s. He stopped mid-lift, an old chair suspended in his arms. "My mom mentioned something once," he said slowly. "She said there were some girls who left town back when she was in high school. But she got really weird when I asked about it, told me it was ancient history and I should focus on my own life." He set the chair down. "Why are you asking?" I showed him the photo again, explained what I'd learned. He looked uncomfortable. "Look, I need this job, but I don't want to get involved in something that's going to piss off the whole town. My family lives here." I told him I understood, that he didn't have to help me with this part. But then he said something that made my chest tighten. "There's an old storage unit out by Route 7. Police department used to keep evidence there before they built the new station. My uncle works maintenance for the facility. He said most of the old units haven't been touched in decades. If your uncle kept anything, it might still be there." That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about Mom, about how quiet she'd been my whole life, how she never talked about her childhood or her friends, how she'd sometimes stare out at the orchard with this look on her face, like she was seeing something that wasn't there anymore. I'd always assumed she was just sad about getting older, about how time changes things. But now I wondered if she'd been carrying something heavier. Around 2 in the morning, I gave up on sleep and went down to the kitchen. The house made different sounds at night, creaks and groans I'd forgotten about. I made coffee and sat at the table with my laptop, searching for any information I could find about the other girls. Diane, Julie, Vanessa. Nothing came up. No social media profiles, no obituaries, no marriage records, nothing. It was like they'd been erased. 5 girls in one photo, and 4 of them had vanished without leaving a single digital footprint. In a world where everyone exists online in some form, that kind of absence isn't accidental. Somebody had worked very hard to make sure these girls stayed gone, at least on paper. I thought about Uncle Harold, about his position of authority, about how easy it would be for a small-town police chief to make inconvenient questions disappear along with inconvenient people. The storage facility was a depressing row of metal units behind a chain-link fence, the kind of place that rents month to month and doesn't ask questions. Andrew's uncle, a heavy-set man named Don with nicotine-stained fingers, met me there on Wednesday morning. I told him I was looking for some of my uncle's old police files for a family history project. He didn't seem to care either way. "Unit 23, he said, handing me a key that looked like it hadn't been used in years. "Haven't seen anyone access that one since before I started working here, and that was 2007. You find anything valuable? The department technically still owns it." The unit smelled like mildew and rust when I rolled up the door. Boxes were stacked to the ceiling, most of them labeled with case numbers and dates. I started pulling them down, searching for anything from 1987 to 1990. Most of it was routine stuff, traffic violations, petty theft reports, one domestic dispute case. Then, in a box marked MISC 1988-1989, I found a folder that made my hands go numb. It was labeled Informal Investigations in Uncle Harold's handwriting. Inside were newspaper clippings from other states, articles about unidentified remains found in rural areas. He'd circled certain details in red pen, details about age, gender, approximate time of death. There were also Polaroids, dozens of them, taken in the orchard behind my house. They showed disturbed earth, areas where the ground had clearly been dug up and refilled. Each photo had a date written on the back: July 1987, October 1988, April 1989, May 1989. My legs gave out and I sat down hard on the concrete floor. The dates matched the gaps in the newspaper archives. They matched the timeline of when the girls supposedly ran away. I pulled out my phone with shaking fingers and took pictures of everything in that folder. Every article, every photo, every note. There was a handwritten log too, Uncle Harold's daily notes. Most entries were mundane, but scattered throughout were lines that made my stomach turn. Spoke with Holloway family again. They're accepting the runaway story. Diane's parents finally stopped calling. Convincing people these girls wanted to leave is easier than I thought. Small town prejudices work in my favor. And then, near the end of the log, one entry that broke something inside me. Spoke to my sister today. She knows, she's always known. But she won't say anything. Family protects family, even when it shouldn't. My mother had known. She'd known what happened to her friends, and she'd stayed silent for the rest of her life, carrying that weight alone because her brother was a murderer and she couldn't bring herself to turn him in. I drove straight to the Vermont State Police Barracks in Rutland, 40 minutes away, with the folder on my passenger seat. I didn't trust anyone in Millbridge. The detective I spoke with, a woman named Carver, listened to everything without interrupting. When I showed her the photos and the log, her expression went from skeptical to grave. She made calls, and within hours, a forensics team was on its way to my property. They spent 3 days searching the orchard with ground-penetrating radar. They found 4 sets of remains buried in shallow graves exactly where Uncle Harold's photos indicated: Diane, Julie, Vanessa, and Christine. The 5th girl in the photo, my mother, had been the sole survivor, the one who got away because she was his sister. And even monsters sometimes have limits. The town exploded with the news. Some people were horrified, others were angry that I dug up the past. Mrs. Galloway refused to speak to anyone. Christine's father called me, sobbing, saying he'd waited 36 years to know what happened to his daughter, and thanking me for giving him that closure, even though it came with such terrible truth. I sold the house within a month, couldn't stand to be there anymore. The orchard was excavated completely, turned into a memorial garden for the victims. Before I left Vermont for good, I went back one last time and stood where that photo had been taken in 1987. 5 girls smiling at the camera, none of them knowing that 4 would be dead within 2 years, and the 5th would spend the rest of her life drowning in guilt and silence. I understood now why Mom had been so quiet, why she never wanted to talk about her past, why she'd look at the orchard with that haunted expression. She'd been looking at their graves, living above the evidence of her brother's crimes, knowing the truth but never speaking it, protecting a monster because he was family. I'll never know if she stayed silent out of fear or misplaced loyalty, and maybe it doesn't matter anymore. What matters is that those 4 girls finally got to go home to their families, even if it was 3 decades too late. I still have that photo, tucked away in a drawer I rarely open. Sometimes I take it out and look at those 5 faces, all that youth and possibility, and I think about how one person's evil can ripple through generations, destroying not just the victims but everyone connected to them. The house sold to a family from Massachusetts who had no idea about its history. I didn't tell them. Maybe that makes me like my mother, keeping secrets to protect people from ugly truths. Or maybe some stories need to be buried along with the dead. I don't know anymore. What I do know is that I'll never go back to Millbridge, and every time I see an apple orchard, I drive past it as fast as I can. People always ask why I became a journalist, and I usually give them some noble answer about truth and accountability. The real reason is simpler and darker than that. It started the day I came home to Cypress Bend, Louisiana to pack up my father's house after his funeral. Dad had been the town clerk for 40 years before retiring in 2014, and he'd kept everything. Every document, every file, every scrap of paper that passed through the municipal building ended up in our garage or attic. My older sister Kathleen refused to deal with it, said she had 3 kids and a husband to worry about, so the job fell to me. I'd just turned 36 the week before Dad died. No wife, no kids, just a decent job at a newspaper in Atlanta covering city council meetings and zoning disputes, the kind of stories that put people to sleep. I took a month's leave and drove the 9 hours back to the place I'd spent my whole childhood trying to escape. The house looked smaller than I remembered, the way childhood places always do. It sat on Magnolia Avenue, a street that used to be nice before the chemical plant laid off half the town in 2008. Dad's Toyota was still in the driveway, covered in that yellow pollen that coats everything in Louisiana during spring. It was a Saturday in May, humid as hell, and the cicadas were already screaming in the oak trees. I'd been dreading this for weeks, not just because of the grief, but because I knew what waited inside. Dad had been a hoarder of the bureaucratic kind. The living room was stacked with banker's boxes, the hallway lined with filing cabinets, the spare bedroom converted into what he called his archive. Mom had left him over it back when I was in college, said she couldn't live in a museum anymore. She'd remarried and moved to Florida, sent flowers to the funeral but didn't come. I couldn't blame her. The house smelled like old paper and the lemon cleaner Dad used obsessively, trying to keep the mold at bay. I stood in the doorway with my duffel bag, looking at the mountain of work ahead, and seriously considered just hiring an estate sale company to deal with all of it. I started in the garage because it seemed the least personal. Boxes were stacked to the ceiling, labeled in Dad's careful block letters. Most of it was exactly what you'd expect. Tax records, water bills from 1987, permits for shed construction, complaints about barking dogs, boring, mundane stuff that should have been thrown out decades ago. I worked methodically, creating piles for trash, recycling, and the maybe 5% worth keeping. By noon, I was covered in dust and spider webs, my back aching from bending over boxes. I'd filled 6 garbage bags and barely made a dent. That's when I found them, pushed way back in the corner behind a rusted lawnmower and some old paint cans. 4 boxes, sealed with packing tape that had gone brown and brittle with age. The labels were different from Dad's usual style, written in black marker, hurried and uneven. Flood Relief 93, do not open. The thing is, I remembered 1993. I was 7 years old when the flood hit. School got canceled for 2 weeks, and we had to stay with my aunt in Baton Rouge because water came up to our porch steps. It was the biggest disaster in Cypress Bend's history, the whole downtown underwater, people living in the high school gymnasium for months. But what struck me standing in that garage was the second part of the label. Why would Dad write, "Do not open," on relief documents? I pulled one of the boxes out, the cardboard soft with moisture damage despite being sealed. It was heavier than I expected. I carried it to Dad's workbench and grabbed a utility knife from the pegboard. My journalist instincts were kicking in now, that familiar buzz I got when something didn't add up. I cut through the tape, and the smell hit me first. Old paper, but also something else, something chemical and wrong. Inside were files, hundreds of them, organized with the same precision Dad brought to everything. But these weren't relief documents. They were missing persons reports. Dozens of them, maybe 50 or 60 in just this one box. Each form was the official kind, the Louisiana State Police template with the seal at the top. But someone had stamped them all with red ink. Not processed. I pulled one out at random. A woman named Gloria Thibodeau, 41 years old, last seen at her home on Riverside Court on Wednesday, June 9, 1993. The report was filed by her sister on June 15th. There was a Polaroid photo paperclipped to the form, showing a smiling woman with dark curly hair standing in front of a small yellow house. I grabbed another file. James Ortega, 19, last seen leaving his job at the marina on the same date, June 9th. Another photo, a skinny kid with a work uniform and a shy smile. Then another, Carolyn Dufresne and her 2 daughters, ages 8 and 11. All last seen June 9th, 1993. All reported missing in the days after. All stamped, not processed. My heart started pounding in a way that had nothing to do with the garage heat. June 9th, 1993, was the day the levee broke. I remembered because it was my grandmother's birthday, and we were supposed to have cake that evening, but never did because the sirens started going off around 3 in the afternoon. The Riverside neighborhood got hit first and worst, the water coming in so fast that people barely had time to get to their roofs. The news said it was 20 feet deep in some places. I grabbed my phone and started Googling, pulling up the old newspaper archives from the Cypress Bend Chronicle. The official death toll from the flood was listed as 7 people. 7. I had at least 30 missing persons reports in my hands from just one box, and there were 3 more boxes in that corner. I started pulling files faster, my hands getting that tremble you get when you're onto something big. Every single report had the same date, June 9th, 1993. Every single person was from Riverside, and every single form had that red stamp. Someone had deliberately not processed these reports. Someone had made these people disappear from the official record. I spent the next 4 hours going through all 4 boxes. By the time I finished, I'd counted 147 missing persons reports. 147 people who vanished the day of the flood, all from the same neighborhood, all officially erased. The files included everything you'd expect: detailed descriptions, last known locations, family contacts, even some personal effects that had been turned in. A wallet, a set of house keys, a child's stuffed rabbit, water-stained and falling apart. Someone had taken these reports seriously enough to collect evidence, but then buried them. I found something else too, tucked into the bottom of the last box. A manila envelope marked, "Engineering Survey, Confidential." Inside were blueprints of the levee system, covered in notations and calculations in different handwriting. Yellow sticky notes were attached to several pages, and one note made my stomach turn. It was dated June 8, 1993, the day before the flood. The handwriting was shaky but legible. Charges placed as requested. Primary breach point north sector will direct flow to Riverside. Detonation window 2:04 p.m. Wednesday. God forgive us. I sat down hard on Dad's workbench stool, my legs suddenly unreliable. Someone had blown the levee on purpose. They deliberately flooded Riverside, and my father had known about it. The evidence was in his garage, hidden for 31 years. I thought about Dad's last few months, how he'd gotten quiet and withdrawn, how he'd stopped going to church even though he'd been an usher for 20 years, how he'd called me 3 times in the weeks before his heart attack, leaving rambling messages about needing to tell me something important. But I'd been busy with a story deadline and kept saying I'd call him back later. I never did. Now he was gone, and I was holding proof of mass murder. I pulled out my laptop and started searching for anything about Riverside neighborhood. What I found made everything worse. After the flood, the land had been declared unusable, too damaged to rebuild. The entire neighborhood, 43 acres, had been sold to a development company for next to nothing. That company was owned by the Prudhomme family. Everyone in Cypress Bend knew the Prudhommes. They owned half the parish, had for generations. Sugarcane plantations, timber operations, commercial real estate. The family estate sat on a hill overlooking the river, a white mansion with columns that had been there since before the Civil War. In 1993, the patriarch was Jean-Paul Prudhomme, and according to the property records I was pulling up, his holdings had been directly upstream from Riverside. If the levee had broken naturally where it was supposed to, the water would have flooded his processing plant and 5,000 acres of prime agricultural land. But by breaching it at the north sector instead, the water got diverted away from his property and straight into Riverside, a poor neighborhood where most people rented, where nobody had the money or connections to fight back. I found a photo from the Chronicle dated June 11, 1993, showing Jean-Paul touring the flood damage with the governor. He looked concerned in that practiced way rich people do, wearing rubber boots that probably cost more than most people's rent. The caption mentioned his generous donation to the relief fund. Blood money. I couldn't stay in that garage anymore. I loaded all 4 boxes into my car, then went back for the engineering documents. It was almost 7 in the evening, the sun setting orange and angry through the humidity. I sat in my car with the air conditioning blasting, trying to figure out what to do next. The smart move would be to call the FBI, hand everything over, let the professionals handle it. But I'd been a journalist long enough to know how these things went. The Prudhommes had money, real money, the kind that bought lawyers and politicians and made evidence disappear. Jean-Paul was dead now, had been for a decade, but his son Olivier ran the family business and sat on every important board in the parish. One phone call from him and this whole thing could get buried again, just like Dad had buried it. No, I needed to document everything first, build an airtight case, and then go public in a way that couldn't be ignored. I drove to the one place in Cypress Bend I knew would have the records I needed, the parish courthouse. The building was closed, but I'd grown up in this town and knew things tourists didn't. The records room had a separate entrance in the back, and the night security guard was Billy Fontaine, who'd been 2 grades ahead of me in school. I knocked on the maintenance door until he opened it, looking annoyed until he recognized me. We talked for 10 minutes about Dad's funeral, about his own father's diabetes, about how the town wasn't what it used to be. Then I told him I needed to look at some property records for a story I was writing, and he let me in without asking questions. Small town courtesy, the kind that can save you or destroy you depending on who's watching. I spent 3 hours in that records room, photographing everything. Deeds, tax assessments, water management reports, environmental surveys. I found the original engineering specifications for the levee, which showed the north sector was actually reinforced concrete, the strongest point in the entire system. For it to fail there naturally would have been nearly impossible. I found insurance claims too, dozens of them, all denied because flood insurance didn't cover acts of God back then. People lost everything and got nothing. The last thing I found was a memo dated June 15, 1993, from the Parish Emergency Management Office to all local law enforcement. It ordered them to halt processing of any missing persons reports from Riverside until further notice, citing the need to avoid premature panic and allow time for thorough rescue operations. The memo was signed by the emergency coordinator, a man named Frank Boudreau, but at the bottom was a handwritten note, per Prud'homme request. That's when I understood what Dad had done. He hadn't been part of the conspiracy. He'd been the one person who'd refused to destroy the evidence. Everyone else had followed orders, but Dad had kept those reports, hidden them, preserved them for 31 years until someone could do something about it. He'd tried to tell me before he died, and I'd been too busy to listen. I left the courthouse at midnight with my phone full of documentation and a plan forming in my head. I couldn't trust the local police. Half of them probably owed their jobs to Prud'homme donations. But I had friends at the Times-Picayune in New Orleans, and I had enough evidence to make this national news. I drove back to Dad's house, uploaded everything to 3 different cloud services, and sent encrypted files to 2 journalist colleagues with instructions to publish if anything happened to me. Then I finally allowed myself to feel it, the weight of what I'd discovered, and I cried for the first time since Dad's funeral. The story broke 6 days later. I'd spent that time tracking down survivors, people who'd lost family members in Riverside and never got answers. Most had moved away, scattered across Louisiana and beyond, but they all remembered. They remembered filing reports that went nowhere, remembered being told their loved ones probably just left town, remembered the way people stopped asking questions when the Prud'homme name came up. I interviewed 23 people, recorded every conversation, documented every detail. When the Times-Picayune published the first article, it included photographs of the missing persons reports, scans of the engineering documents, and testimony from the survivors. The headline read, "Cypress Bend Flood of '93. New evidence suggests deliberate levee breach killed over 140. Within hours, every major news outlet in the country picked it up. CNN, NBC, The Washington Post. By the end of the week, the FBI had opened an investigation, and the Louisiana Attorney General announced a special task force. Olivier Prud'homme released a statement calling the allegations baseless and defamatory, but his lawyers couldn't explain away the documents. The physical evidence was too damning, too specific, too real. 3 months later, they found the bodies. Ground-penetrating radar surveys of the old Riverside neighborhood, which was now a shopping center and parking lot, revealed multiple unmarked burial sites. The excavation took weeks, but they eventually recovered remains of 68 people, including children. DNA testing confirmed their identities matched names from Dad's missing persons reports. The medical examiner determined most had drowned, but some showed signs of blunt force trauma, suggesting they'd been caught in the initial blast when the levee was breached. Olivier Prud'homme was indicted on charges of obstruction of justice and conspiracy to conceal evidence. He maintained his father had acted alone, but financial records showed he'd paid off 3 parish officials as recently as 2023 to keep the Riverside files sealed. Frank Boudreau, the old emergency coordinator, confessed in exchange for immunity. He confirmed Jean-Paul Prud'homme had ordered the levee breach, and paid the demolition crew $500,000 in cash. The crew members were dead now, conveniently all of natural causes over the past decade. But Boudreaux's testimony was enough. The trial starts next month, and I'll be there to cover every minute of it. I still live in Cypress Bend now. Quit my job in Atlanta and took a position at the Chronicle, the same paper that once published puff pieces about Jean Paul's charity work. They made me investigative editor, gave me full freedom to dig into whatever stories the town tried to bury. Kathleen speaks to me again, said she's proud of what I did, even if it means the family name is complicated around here. Some people treat me like a hero, others won't make eye contact at the grocery store. The Prud'hommes still have friends, still have money, still have power, but they don't have silence anymore. Dad's house sold last month, and I used part of the money to help fund a memorial for the Riverside victims. It's a simple granite wall with all 147 names engraved, located on the only piece of the old neighborhood that wasn't developed, a small park by the river. At the dedication ceremony, survivors came from all over the country. They touched the names, cried, finally had a place to grieve. I think about Dad standing in that garage looking at those boxes year after year, carrying the weight of what he knew and couldn't fix. He did what he could with what he had, and in the end, that was enough. The truth came out, even if it took 31 years and his death to make it happen. Sometimes justice is just someone refusing to let the world forget. Honestly, I never thought I'd be the person posting something like this online, but I need to get it out somewhere because talking about it in person makes me feel sick all over again. My wife Claire and I got married in June 2014, right after I finished my teaching degree. We were broke as hell, living off her salary as a dental hygienist while I scrambled for substitute teaching gigs around the county. When we found that rental house on the edge of Fairmont, Pennsylvania, it felt like we'd won the lottery. 2 bedrooms, hardwood floors, a little backyard for the dog we planned to get someday, all for $800 a month. The landlord, this guy named Vincent Marsh, seemed normal enough when we met him at the property. Mid-50s, thinning gray hair, wore these thick-framed glasses that made his eyes look huge. He smiled a lot, maybe too much, but we figured he was just eager to rent the place after it sat empty for 3 months. We moved in on a Saturday in late July, and I remember thinking the house had good bones despite the outdated wallpaper and the weird, musty smell in the hallway closet. Claire was already planning which walls we'd repaint, talking about hanging curtains in the bedroom to block out the streetlight that shone directly through our window at night. That first week felt like playing house, you know. We'd order pizza and eat it on the floor, because our furniture hadn't arrived yet, making plans about the life we were going to build there. Vincent stopped by twice that week, once to fix a leaky faucet and another time to check the furnace before winter, he said. Both times he lingered longer than necessary, asking questions about our schedules, when we'd be home, whether we were light sleepers. Claire mentioned later that she thought it was weird how he kept glancing toward our bedroom door, but I brushed it off. Landlords are nosy, right? They want to make sure you're not trashing their property. I wish I'd paid more attention to the way his hands trembled when he handed me his business card, or how he wrote his personal cell number on the back in pen that smudged across the paper like he'd been sweating. It was Claire who noticed the first hole. We'd been living there almost 3 weeks when she decided to rearrange the bedroom furniture. She wanted the bed against the far wall instead of under the window, thought it would help us sleep better without that streetlight blazing into our faces every night. When we pushed the dresser away from the corner, there it was, right at eye level if you were standing in the hallway outside. A perfectly round hole, maybe half an inch across, drilled straight through the drywall. The edges were smooth, deliberate, and when I put my eye up to it, I could see directly into our bedroom, a clear view of where our bed had been positioned for the past 3 weeks. My throat got tight. Claire grabbed my arm, her fingernails digging in hard enough to leave marks. We stood there for what felt like hours, but was probably just a minute, both of us trying to rationalize it. Maybe the previous tenant hung something heavy. Maybe there was some electrical work done, but the hole was too clean, too purposeful, and it was aimed at exactly the right height and angle. I grabbed a flashlight from the kitchen and started checking the other walls, moving furniture, pulling down the few pictures we'd hung. We found 2 more in the bedroom alone. One behind the nightstand on Claire's side, another near the closet that gave a perfect view of where she changed clothes every morning before work. The panic really set in when we checked the bathroom. I had to move the towel rack to find it, but there it was. Another hole drilled through the wall that separated the bathroom from the utility closet in the hallway. This one was positioned to see directly into the shower. Claire started crying, the kind of crying where you can't catch your breath, and I felt this rage building in my chest that made my vision blur at the edges. We'd been showering there for 3 weeks. We'd been sleeping there, changing there, doing everything married people do in the privacy of their own home. I wanted to punch something, wanted to drive straight to Vincent's house and drag him out by his collar, but Claire begged me to call the police first. She was shaking so badly I had to dial the number for her. When the dispatcher answered, I tried to explain what we'd found, but the words came out jumbled and probably didn't make much sense. The dispatcher kept asking if we were in immediate danger, if someone was in the house right now, and I kept saying no, but yes. Someone had been watching us. Someone had violated us in a way I couldn't even articulate. They said they'd send an officer over within the hour. That hour felt like a decade. While we waited, I couldn't just sit there. I went into the hallway closet, the one with that musty smell we'd never bothered investigating, and started pulling out the boxes of Christmas decorations and old paint cans the previous tenant had left behind. At the back of the closet, behind a sheet of plywood leaning against the wall, I found the access panel to the crawl space above the first floor. The panel wasn't screwed in like it should have been. It just lifted right off. I grabbed a chair from the kitchen, boosted myself up, and shone the flashlight into the darkness above. What I saw made my stomach turn inside out. There were wires everywhere, thin black cables running along the ceiling joists like veins, all converging toward a central point above our bedroom. I followed them with the flashlight beam and found a small metal box bolted to a beam, about the size of a lunchbox, with more wires feeding into it from different directions. Some of the cables disappeared into holes drilled down through the ceiling, positioned exactly where we'd found the holes in the walls below. I'm not an electrician, but I knew enough to recognize that this wasn't original wiring. This was new, maybe a few months old based on how clean the plastic coating looked. Claire called up to me asking what I'd found, but I couldn't form words. I just climbed down and showed her the pictures I'd taken on my phone. Her face went completely white. The officer who showed up was young, couldn't have been more than a year or 2 out of the academy. His name was Officer Reynolds, and he had this uncomfortable expression like he'd been expecting a noise complaint, not whatever mess we were describing. He looked at the holes, took some pictures with the department camera, then asked if he could see the crawl space. I took him up there, and I watched his expression change from skeptical to deeply concerned as he swept his own flashlight across the wiring. He made a phone call, spoke in that clipped cop voice they use on radios, and within 20 minutes 2 detectives showed up. Detective Brenner was older, maybe 50, with gray stubble and tired eyes that had seen too much. His partner was a woman named Detective Huang, sharp and focused, already pulling on latex gloves before she'd even climbed into the crawl space. They spent 45 minutes up there talking in low voices we couldn't quite hear, occasionally asking us questions through the opening. Had we touched anything? Had we noticed anyone unusual around the property? Did the landlord have keys? That last question hit different. Of course he had keys. He was the landlord. He could come and go whenever he wanted, and we'd never know. Detective Huang came down from the crawl space holding an evidence bag with the metal box inside. She set it on our kitchen table like it was radioactive, and Brenner explained what they'd found. The box was a wireless transmitter, the kind you could buy online for a few $100s, designed to send video signals to a remote receiver. The wires fed into tiny cameras, pinhole style, fitted into the holes we'd discovered. 4 cameras total, they'd counted, Bedroom, bathroom, and 2 in the living room we hadn't even found yet because they were hidden behind air vents. Huang asked if we'd given permission for any surveillance equipment, which was such an absurd question I almost laughed. Then Brenner asked for Vincent's contact information, and I handed over that business card with his smudged cell number. They tried calling him right there in front of us. It rang 6 times and went to voicemail. Brenner left a message, professional and calm, asking Vincent to call back regarding an urgent matter at the property. We all knew he wouldn't call back. You could see it in the way the detectives looked at each other. That silent communication cops develop after working together long enough. Huang asked if we had anywhere else to stay tonight. The way she said it, like it wasn't really a question, made it clear we shouldn't be sleeping there. We ended up at Claire's parents' house in Harrisburg, about an hour away. Her mom kept trying to make tea and asking if we were hungry, doing that thing parents do when they don't know how to fix something, so they offer food instead. Claire's dad just sat there looking furious, his jaw clenched so tight I thought his teeth might crack. I couldn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that metal box, those wires, Vincent's huge eyes behind those thick glasses staring at footage of us in our most private moments. How long had he been watching? Had he watched us on our wedding night when we came home late and exhausted? Had he seen every fight, every intimate moment, every time we walked around in our underwear thinking we were alone? The violation of it felt like something crawling under my skin. The next morning, Brenner called my cell. They'd gone to the address listed on Vincent's landlord registration. The house was empty. Not just empty like he wasn't home, but empty like he'd cleared out in a hurry. Neighbors said they'd seen him loading boxes into a van around midnight, just hours after we'd called the police. His cell phone was going straight to voicemail now, probably turned off or destroyed. They'd put out a bulletin for his vehicle, a white cargo van with Pennsylvania plates, but Brenner didn't sound optimistic about finding him quickly. What happened next is the part that still keeps me awake sometimes. 3 days after Vincent disappeared, Detective Huang called and asked if we could come down to the station. When we got there, she led us into a conference room where Brenner had spread out papers and photographs across the table, like some kind of horrifying puzzle. They'd started digging into Vincent's background, pulling property records and cross-referencing rental listings. Turns out our house wasn't the only one. Vincent owned 6 rental properties scattered across 3 counties in central Pennsylvania, all advertised as affordable housing for young couples and single women. The detectives had obtained warrants and searched every single property. 5 of them had the same setup. Holes in the walls, cameras hidden in bedrooms and bathrooms, wiring running to transmitters in crawl spaces or attics. One house in Altoona had 8 cameras installed. 8. Huang showed us a spreadsheet she'd created, listing the current and former tenants they'd identified going back 3 years. 22 people had lived in those houses during that time. 22 people who had no idea they'd been watched, recorded, violated in their own homes. Some had already moved away, gotten married, started families. The detectives were in the process of contacting everyone, and I could see the weight of it on Huang's face, knowing she'd have to make those phone calls and destroy people's sense of safety and privacy all over again. Brenner pulled out another folder, this one thicker, and explained that they'd executed a warrant for Vincent's financial records. He'd been paying for cloud storage, massive amounts of it, through an offshore service that specialized in, let's say, discretionary data hosting. The kind of service that doesn't ask questions and doesn't cooperate easily with law enforcement. They were working with federal investigators now because the scope had expanded beyond local jurisdiction. The FBI Cybercrimes Unit was involved, trying to trace where the footage had been uploaded and whether Vincent had distributed or sold any of it. That word "sold" hit me like a hammer. The idea that strangers might have paid money to watch me and Claire in our bedroom, that our most private moments might be saved on some server in another country, being traded around by people whose faces we'd never see. It made me want to vomit right there on the conference room table. Claire started crying again, and Huang pushed a box of tissues across the table with the kind of practiced gentleness that told me she'd done this too many times before. Brenner said they'd keep us updated. that they were doing everything possible to track Vincent down and secure any footage that might exist. But I could hear the uncertainty in his voice. The internet is vast. Data can be copied, backed up, hidden in places even experts struggle to find. We never went back to that house. Claire couldn't even drive past the street without having a panic attack, and honestly, neither could I. We broke the lease, which legally we probably didn't have to do given the circumstances, but I didn't want to spend another second tied to anything Vincent owned. We moved into a cramped apartment in Harrisburg, closer to Claire's work and her family, a place with new construction and walls we could verify were solid all the way through. I became obsessive about checking for cameras. Every hotel room, every Airbnb, even bathrooms at friends' houses, I'd find myself scanning the walls and ceilings, looking for tiny holes or unusual objects positioned at weird angles. Claire started seeing a therapist who specialized in trauma. She'd come home from sessions exhausted and raw, and some nights she'd just sit on the couch staring at nothing while I made dinner neither of us wanted to eat. Our marriage took a hit. Not because we blamed each other, but because the invasion had poisoned something fundamental between us. Intimacy became complicated, loaded with the knowledge that someone had stolen it from us, and we could never get it back. We got through it, slowly, with a lot of therapy and patience and honest conversations that hurt like open wounds. But it changed us. You don't come back from something like that completely whole. Vincent Marsh was arrested 4 months later at a border crossing in Texas, trying to get into Mexico with fake identification. The cargo van was full of hard drives and equipment. Turns out he'd been planning this for a while, had money stashed in accounts under different names, probably anticipating the day someone would discover what he'd been doing. The trial took 2 years, dragged out by legal motions and evidence processing. The FBI recovered footage from multiple cloud accounts, thousands of hours of recordings spanning back to 2011. He'd been doing this for at least a decade, maybe longer. 22 victims became 43 as more people came forward after seeing news coverage. Some of the footage had been sold on dark web forums, distributed to networks of people who paid subscription fees to watch real surveillance of unsuspecting people. Vincent pleaded guilty eventually, probably because his lawyers knew a jury would bury him. He got 38 years in federal prison, no parole. He'll be 90 when he's eligible for release, if he lives that long. Huang called me the day the sentence came down. She said it was one of the longest sentences she'd seen for this type of crime, that the judge had been visibly disgusted during sentencing. It should have felt like victory, like justice, but mostly I just felt tired. Claire and I were in our new house by then, a place we'd bought instead of rented, where we'd personally inspected every inch before signing the papers. We're okay now, or as okay as you can be after something like this. We don't talk about it much anymore, but sometimes I catch Claire staring at a wall with that distant look, and I know she's back there, in that bedroom on the edge of Fairmont, realizing someone was watching. The violation doesn't fade. You just learn to carry it differently. And every time I hear about someone finding a great deal on a rental, I want to tell them to check the walls first. Check everything. Because privacy is an illusion, and trust is a luxury not everyone deserves. Teaching 5th grade in Dalton felt like the kind of quiet life I needed after the chaos of my divorce 2 years prior. The town had maybe 8,000 people, tucked between the mountains in northwest Georgia, where everyone knew everyone and Sunday service at Covenant Fellowship wasn't optional if you wanted to fit in. I started attending because my principal, Mr. Warren, mentioned it during my interview, saying the church was the heart of the community and most of the school staff were members. Within my first month, I'd been welcomed with casseroles, invitations to potlucks, and warm smiles from people who seemed genuinely kind. The church itself was this beautiful old building with white columns and stained glass windows that threw colored light across the pews during morning service. Everything felt safe, normal. like I'd finally found a place where I could rebuild my life and focus on my students without the drama I'd left behind in Savannah. But sometime around mid-October, I started noticing small things that didn't quite add up. After service one Sunday, I saw 3 of my colleagues, including Beth Sullivan, who taught 3rd grade, huddled in the parking lot with Deacon Phillips and 2 other church elders I didn't know well. They were speaking in hushed tones, and when I waved at Beth, she looked almost startled before giving me this tight, forced smile and turning back to the group. The conversation stopped completely when I walked past them to my car. Then there was the Wednesday evening Bible study I'd started attending, where certain members would exchange these meaningful glances whenever someone mentioned the community committee, which I'd been told was just a charity organization that helped struggling families in the area. I'd asked about volunteering once, and the room had gone uncomfortably silent before someone changed the subject. People were friendly enough to my face, but I was starting to feel like there was this whole other layer to the church that I wasn't part of, like everyone was in on something I didn't understand. The warmth I'd initially felt was beginning to seem performative, calculated even, though I couldn't explain why I felt that way. The thing that really kicked everything into gear happened on a Monday morning in late October. I arrived at school to find out that Beth Sullivan had resigned effective immediately. No 2 weeks notice, no goodbye, nothing. Her classroom was already being packed up by the janitor, and when I asked Mr. Warren about it, he got this weird look on his face and said Beth had personal matters to attend to and had moved out of state to be with family. But here's the thing that made my stomach turn. I'd had coffee with Beth just 3 days earlier, on Friday afternoon, and she'd been excitedly planning her classroom Halloween party. She'd shown me the decorations she'd bought, talked about how her kids were going to love the costume contest, and mentioned she was hosting Thanksgiving at her house this year for the first time. She didn't seem like someone about to uproot her entire life. I tried calling her cell phone during my lunch break, and it went straight to a disconnected number message. Her Facebook page was gone. It was like she'd been erased. I couldn't stop thinking about it for the rest of the week. During Wednesday evening service, I noticed Beth's usual seat in the 4th pew was occupied by a family I'd never seen before, like the congregation had just moved on without missing a beat. After the service ended, I approached Deacon Phillips and asked if he knew how to reach Beth, saying I wanted to send her a card or something. The way his expression shifted made my chest tighten. He put his hand on my shoulder, this gesture that probably looked comforting to anyone watching, but his grip was firm enough to feel like a warning. He told me that Beth had made her choice, and it was best to respect her privacy and focus on my own responsibilities here. The way he emphasized here felt deliberate, pointed. When I mentioned that her phone was disconnected, he just smiled and said sometimes people need to make clean breaks, then walked away before I could ask anything else. That night, lying in bed, I kept replaying the conversation and realizing he'd never actually answered my question about how to contact her. Nobody had. The next Sunday I decided to do something probably stupid, but I couldn't help myself. After service, I lingered near the fellowship hall where coffee and donuts were set up, and I started casually asking other members if they'd heard from Beth. The reactions were all variations of the same theme: awkward pauses, quick subject changes, or these rehearsed-sounding responses about respecting her decision and moving forward. But it was Margaret Torres, the church secretary who'd always been chatty with me, who really confirmed my suspicions. When I asked her, she actually glanced around nervously before leaning in close and whispering that I should stop asking questions about Beth. Her exact words were, "Some people aren't cut out for the level of commitment this community requires, and it's better for everyone when they realize that sooner rather than later." When I pressed her on what she meant by commitment, she straightened up, plastered on a smile, and said she had to help clean up, practically speed-walking away from me. The whole exchange lasted maybe 30 seconds, but it left me feeling genuinely unsettled. What kind of church talks about commitment like it's some binding contract you can't get out of? I started paying closer attention after that, really watching how people interacted. The community committee met every other Friday evening in the church basement, and I'd see the same group of maybe 20 people heading down there. Always the same faces, including Mr. Warren, Deacon Phillips, and several other teachers from school. They'd stay for exactly 2 hours, and when they came back up, they always looked serious, purposeful, like they'd just attended some important business meeting rather than a charity planning session. One Friday in early November, I made an excuse about leaving my sweater in the sanctuary and doubled back after everyone thought I'd left. I could hear voices coming from the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs was locked. I stood there for a minute, listening, and I could make out someone talking about maintaining the structure and ensuring compliance, which seemed like really weird language for organizing food drives or whatever they were supposedly doing. Then I heard footsteps coming up the stairs and I had to scramble back to my car, my heart absolutely pounding, feeling like a kid who'd almost gotten caught doing something wrong. What really sent me down the rabbit hole was finding Beth's lesson planner in the supply closet at school. I'd gone in looking for construction paper for my class, and there it was, shoved behind some boxes on the top shelf like someone had hidden it quickly. Her handwriting was all over it, plans sketched out through December, parent conference notes, everything. On the inside cover, she'd written her sister's phone number in California with a note that said, "Emily, emergency contact." I took a photo of the number with my phone and called it that evening from my apartment. A woman answered, and when I explained who I was and asked about Beth, there was this long, painful silence before she said Beth hadn't contacted any family members. Emily's voice cracked when she told me she'd filed a missing person report 2 weeks ago, but the police in Dalton had told her that Beth had resigned from her job voluntarily, and there was no evidence of foul play, so they weren't investigating. Emily said she'd driven down from California to look for her sister, had gone to the church and spoken with Deacon Phillips, and he'd told her the same story about Beth moving away for personal reasons. But Emily knew her sister, knew Beth would never just vanish without telling family, and she'd left Dalton feeling like everyone was lying to her but having no proof of anything. After I hung up with Emily, I sat on my couch for probably an hour just trying to process what this meant. A woman had vanished, her own sister couldn't find her, and an entire church congregation was apparently okay with pretending everything was normal. I thought about going to the police myself, but what would I even say? That people at my church were acting weird and my colleague had quit her job? There was nothing concrete, nothing illegal that I could point to. The next day at school, I noticed Mr. Warren watching me more closely than usual during the staff meeting. When it ended, he asked me to stay behind, and once everyone else had filed out, he closed the door and sat on the edge of his desk in this casual way that somehow made the whole thing feel more threatening. He asked how I was adjusting to the community, if I felt welcomed at church, and then he said he'd heard I'd been asking a lot of questions about Beth Sullivan. The way he looked at me when he said it made my mouth go dry. I tried to play it off, said I was just concerned about a friend, but he cut me off and said that sometimes curiosity can make a person's life more complicated than it needs to be. Those were his exact words. Then he smiled, told me he was sure I understood, and suggested I focus on being a positive presence for my students, rather than dwelling on people who'd chosen to move on. That conversation scared me more than anything else had up to that point, because it meant they knew I was digging, and they were watching me. I decided to back off for a while, attend church like normal, smile and nod, and pretend everything was fine. But I also started documenting things, writing down dates and names and strange interactions in a notebook I kept hidden in my apartment. 2 weeks later, on a Wednesday evening, I got a knock on my door around 8 at night. When I looked through the peephole, I saw Deacon Phillips standing there with 2 other men from the community committee, both wearing suits despite the late hour. My entire body went cold. I considered not answering, but my car was parked right outside, and all the lights in my apartment were on, so they obviously knew I was home. When I opened the door with the chain still latched, Deacon Phillips gave me that same unsettling smile and said they'd like to talk to me about joining the community committee. He said I'd shown such dedication to the church and the school that they felt I'd be a perfect addition to their organization. The way he phrased it didn't sound like an invitation. It sounded like an inevitability. I told them through the gap in the door that I appreciated the offer, but I was still fairly new to the area and wanted to settle in more before taking on additional commitments. One of the other men, someone whose name I didn't know but who I'd seen at every service, stepped closer and said that membership in the committee wasn't really optional for people who were serious about being part of the Covenant Fellowship community. He said it in this matter-of-fact tone, like he was explaining simple math to a child. Deacon Phillips added that everyone at the church who held any position of influence or respect was part of the committee, and that my principal, Mr. Warren, had specifically recommended me. He said they had a special initiation meeting this coming Friday, and they'd expect to see me there at 7 in the evening. When I started to protest, to say I needed time to think about it, the third man finally spoke up and mentioned how unfortunate it had been that Beth Sullivan hadn't understood the importance of commitment, how she'd made things difficult for herself by trying to walk away. The implicit threat in his words was crystal clear. I managed to tell them I'd think about it and close the door, then immediately pushed my couch against it and spent the rest of the night planning what the hell I was going to do. I knew I couldn't just refuse and stay in Dalton. Whatever this community committee actually was, they clearly had enough influence to make people disappear without consequences, and the local police were either part of it or too intimidated to investigate. By Thursday morning, I'd made my decision. I called in sick to school, went to the bank and withdrew everything from my checking account, and started packing only what would fit in my car. I didn't give notice to my landlord, didn't tell anyone at school I was leaving, didn't post anything on social media. I loaded up my sedan that afternoon while most people were still at work, threw my notebook with all my documentation into my bag, and planned to leave Friday morning before dawn, hours before that 7 o'clock meeting they expected me at. But Thursday night, around 11, I heard footsteps on the stairs leading up to my second-floor apartment. Slow, deliberate footsteps, and then they stopped right outside my door. I held my breath in the darkness, watching the shadow of feet visible under the door gap. Whoever it was stood there for what felt like forever, but was probably only 2 or 3 minutes. Then I heard a piece of paper slide under my door. When the footsteps finally retreated, I waited another 10 minutes before turning on a light and picking up the paper. It was a printed schedule for tomorrow's initiation ceremony, with my name already typed at the top, along with a note that said, "We look forward to welcoming you into our family. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity you won't want to miss." I didn't sleep at all that night. At 3 in the morning, I grabbed my bags, left my apartment key on the counter, and walked as quietly as I could down to my car. The street was completely empty and dark except for one streetlight flickering at the end of the block. I threw everything in the trunk, got in the driver's seat, and my hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. Just as the engine started, I saw headlights turn onto my street from the far end. A dark SUV moving slowly, like it was patrolling. I didn't wait to see if it was coming for me. I pulled out and drove in the opposite direction, taking back roads out of town, constantly checking my rearview mirror for anyone following me. I drove for 6 hours straight, didn't stop except for gas, and ended up at my cousin's place in North Carolina by mid-morning. I stayed with her for 2 weeks, barely leaving her apartment, jumping at every unexpected sound. I finally worked up the courage to call Emily, Beth's sister, and told her everything that had happened to me. She broke down crying and said she'd suspected something like this but had no way to prove it. Together, we contacted the FBI field office in Charlotte, and I turned over my notebook with all the documentation. An agent took my statement and said they'd look into it, but warned me that without concrete evidence of a crime, there wasn't much they could do immediately. He did say that Dalton had come up before in relation to some financial irregularities involving a church organization, and my information might help build a case, but it could take months or even years. He strongly advised me not to return to Dalton under any circumstances. It's been 8 months since I left, and I'm teaching at a different school now in a different state, using my maiden name from before my marriage. I checked the news from Dalton compulsively, looking for any updates, but there's been nothing about the church or the community committee. Beth Sullivan is still listed as a missing person with no new developments. Emily texts me sometimes, and we both hold on to this thin hope that maybe the investigation will eventually uncover something. But I'm not holding my breath. What keeps me up at night is thinking about how many people might still be trapped in that system, too afraid to leave, or too deep into whatever that organization actually does. I've had nightmares where I'm back in that church basement, where the locked door opens and I see what they were really doing down there. But I always wake up before finding out. Sometimes I wonder if I should have stayed and fought harder to expose them. But then I remember the look in Deacon Phillips's eyes when he stood at my door, and I know I made the only choice I could. I'm safe now. I have a new job and a new start. But I'll never really feel settled again. I'll always be looking around corners, always wondering if someone from Covenant Fellowship might track me down, because I'm the one who got away and talked to the FBI. That's what they took from me, even though I escaped. They took my ability to ever feel completely safe again, to trust a community, to believe that friendly faces in a small town church are actually what they appear to be. And somewhere in Dalton, Georgia, they're still meeting every other Friday in that basement, still maintaining their structure and ensuring compliance, still making people disappear when they ask too many questions. Everyone wants the full story, but here's the thing, I can't give it to them. The detectives, the therapists, my own parents sitting across from me with those desperate eyes, they all want this clean narrative with a beginning, middle, and end. What I've got instead are these jagged pieces of memory that don't fit together right, like a puzzle someone threw against a wall. What I can tell you is where it started. A Friday night in September, me and 4 friends driving out to some abandoned trailer park off Highway 56 because we were 17 and stupid and thought we were invincible. My buddy Josh had been going on about this place for weeks, saying his older brother told him squatters had turned it into some kind of commune, the kind of place where people went to disappear on purpose, he said, which should have been our first clue to stay the hell away. But when you grow up in a Kansas town where watching wheat grow counts as entertainment, an abandoned trailer park 12 miles outside town sounds like the most interesting thing that's happened all year. I remember climbing into Josh's pickup that night, the 5 of us passing around cheap vodka, laughing about nothing, completely unaware we were driving towards something that would break us all in different ways. The trailer park sat at the end of a dirt road that carved through an old cornfield, the kind that had been left to rot into these tall, dried-out husks that scraped against the truck as we drove through. Someone had spray-painted a crooked arrow on a rusted mailbox where we turned off the highway, pointing us deeper into nowhere. When Josh's headlights finally swept across the clearing, I counted maybe a dozen trailers arranged in this weird circle, most of them sagging on one side or covered in thick vines that made them look like they were being swallowed by the earth. The whole place had this carnival after dark feeling, like something that was supposed to be fun once but had turned into something else entirely. We sat there in the truck for a minute after Josh cut the engine, and that's when I heard it, this low mechanical hum coming from somewhere in the darkness. A generator, I realized, which meant someone was using electricity out here. Amber, Josh's girlfriend, said maybe we should just go, that if people were actually living here we were trespassing. But Josh was already laughing it off. He said anyone squatting in a place like this wasn't going to call the cops on some teenagers. Kevin had his door open before any of us could argue further, flashlight already on, heading toward the nearest trailer like he owned the place. The rest of us followed because that's what you do when you're 17. You follow your friends into the dark, even when every instinct you have is screaming at you to run. The first trailer Kevin approached had its door hanging open, swaying slightly in the wind. He stepped inside and we heard him moving around, his footsteps creaking on what sounded like rotted floorboards. When he came back out, he said it was empty, except for some old furniture and needles scattered everywhere. The kind with the orange caps that you see in documentaries about the opioid crisis. Josh made some joke about junkies and we moved to the next trailer, then the next, finding more of the same. Stripped mattresses, broken glass. that sour smell of mildew and something worse underneath. Stephanie hung back near the truck, her arms wrapped around herself even though it wasn't cold. She kept saying she wanted to leave, that this place felt wrong, but nobody really listened to her. We were too busy trying to act braver than we felt, shining our flashlights into dark corners and daring each other to go deeper into the trailers. It was Josh who noticed the trailer at the far end of the circle looked different from the others. Newer, or at least better maintained. The windows had curtains, actual curtains, not just sheets, and there was a concrete block serving as a front step. No vines growing up the sides. That generator sound was louder near this one, definitely coming from underneath or behind it. Kevin said we should check it out, and Josh agreed immediately, like this was some kind of adventure game and we were collecting points. I remember my heart was pounding harder than it should have been, this animal part of my brain sending up warning flares, but I followed anyway because the alternative was standing alone in the dark. We approached the trailer slowly, and that's when I noticed the door wasn't just closed. It had a deadbolt on the outside. A big industrial one, the kind you'd use on a storage unit, installed where someone inside couldn't reach it. Josh touched it and the metal was new. No rust like everything else in this place. Amber asked why anyone would lock a trailer from the outside, and nobody had an answer that made sense. Kevin tried the door anyway and it swung open. Unlocked, and the smell that came out was like nothing I'd ever experienced. Chemical and sweet at the same time, with this underlying rot that made my eyes water. The inside was dark except for a faint blue glow coming from somewhere in the back. We stood in the doorway, none of us wanting to be the first one to step inside, and that's when we heard it. A sound like fabric dragging across floor, coming from deeper in the trailer. Something or someone was in there with us, moving in the darkness. Josh shined his flashlight toward the sound, and the beam landed on a figure slumped against the far wall, a woman maybe in her 20s or 30s. It was hard to tell. She was staring at us but not really seeing us. Her eyes glassy and unfocused, and her lips were moving like she was talking, but no sound was coming out. She wore a stained tank top and her arms were covered in track marks, some fresh enough that they still looked angry and red. Kevin started backing up immediately, saying we needed to get out of there, that this was someone's shooting gallery and we were going to get in serious trouble. But Amber moved forward instead, asking the woman if she was okay, if she needed help. The woman's head lolled to the side, and she made this wet clicking sound in her throat. And I realized she wasn't just high, she was barely conscious, maybe overdosing right in front of us. Stephanie was already running back to the truck, yelling that she was calling 911. But Josh grabbed her and said we couldn't call the cops because we'd been drinking and we'd all get arrested. We were arguing about what to do, our voices getting louder and more panicked, when I heard footsteps outside. Heavy boots on gravel, multiple sets coming from different directions. The generator sound cut out and everything went silent, except for those footsteps getting closer. I don't remember making the decision to hide. My body just moved on its own, pulling me deeper into the trailer, away from the door. Josh and Amber ducked down behind a couch that was leaking stuffing, and Kevin pressed himself against the wall near the bathroom. The woman on the floor didn't react at all, just kept staring at nothing with that slack expression. Then there were voices outside, men's voices, speaking in quick Spanish that I couldn't fully understand, but the tone was clear. They were angry about something. A flashlight beam swept through the open door and someone shouted, asking who was out there, who'd been in their property. The beam landed on Stephanie, who'd only made it halfway to the truck before the lights came on. She stood there like a deer on the highway, caught completely, and I watched through the grimy window as 3 men emerged from between the trailers. They weren't what I expected. No face tattoos or gang colors, just regular-looking guys in work clothes, the kind you'd see at any construction site or farm supply store. One of them had a pistol tucked into his waistband. He walked up to Stephanie and asked her real calm where her friends were. Said he knew she hadn't come alone because he'd seen the truck. She didn't answer, couldn't answer probably, and he grabbed her arm and started walking her toward the center of the circle, toward the other trailers we hadn't explored yet. That's when Josh made the stupidest decision of his life and ran out after her. He was yelling something about leaving her alone, about how we were just kids and we'd leave and never come back. But his voice cracked halfway through and it just sounded pathetic and desperate. The man with the gun didn't even hesitate. He pulled it out and pointed it at Josh's chest, told him to get on his knees right now or he'd put a hole in him. Josh dropped like his legs had been cut out from under him. Amber started crying next to me, these quiet hiccuping sobs she was trying to muffle with her hand, and I clamped my own hand over her mouth because I knew if they heard us, we were done. Through the window I watched as two more men appeared, one of them talking on a cell phone in rapid Spanish, and I caught enough words to understand they were calling someone, asking what to do about the kids who'd found the place. The man on the phone kept saying CC and nodding, and when he hung up, his face looked grim. He walked over to Josh and Stephanie and told them they were going to take a little walk, that if they cooperated, nobody had to get hurt. Josh asked what about his friends in the truck, lying badly, and the man smiled this thin smile and said they'd find them too, not to worry. They started walking, the two of them, toward the far side of the circle, toward trailers I now realized had been modified somehow, with metal reinforcements around the doors and windows that looked like bars. Kevin whispered that we had to run, right now while they were distracted, but I couldn't move. I was watching Josh and Stephanie being led away and my brain was screaming at me to do something, anything, but my body wouldn't respond. Then the woman on the floor behind us started making this horrible keening sound, this animal noise of pure distress, and one of the men heard it. He turned back toward our trailer and started walking, calling out to someone named Luis, saying he needed to check on the girl in number 7. That was us. We were in number 7. Amber bolted first, running out the back window that someone had left partially open, and Kevin went right after her. I should have followed immediately, but I hesitated for maybe 3 seconds, looking at that woman on the floor, who was clearly a prisoner here, clearly someone who needed help. And those 3 seconds cost me everything. The man came through the door just as I was climbing toward the window, and he grabbed my ankle and pulled hard. I hit the floor, and all the air went out of my lungs, and when I looked up, there was a different man standing over me, older than the others, with graying hair and these absolutely dead eyes. He said something in Spanish to the guy holding me, then switched to English and told me I'd made a very big mistake tonight. That they'd been running a good operation here for 2 years without problems, and now they had to figure out what to do with a bunch of nosy kids who couldn't mind their own business. They zip-tied my hands behind my back and walked me to one of the modified trailers, the one with the heaviest bars on the windows. Inside it was divided into compartments, these small rooms created with plywood walls that didn't reach the ceiling, and I could hear people in the other sections, breathing, shifting, someone crying softly. They shoved me into one of these rooms and the door had a padlock on the outside, just like that first trailer. The space was maybe 6 feet by 8 feet, with a thin mattress on the floor and a bucket in the corner that I didn't want to think about. There was sound insulation stapled to the walls, the kind you see in recording studios, which explained why nobody outside had ever heard anything from this place. Josh was in the compartment next to mine. I could hear him through the thin plywood, asking if I was okay, his voice shaking. Stephanie was somewhere further down, calling out for Amber and Kevin, begging them to get help. One of the men banged on the wall and told us to shut up or he'd give us something to really cry about. The hours that followed are the blurriest part of my memory. I know we were kept in those rooms while they decided what to do with us. I know they brought us water and these protein bars that tasted like cardboard, keeping us alive but barely. I know Josh tried to kick his door down at some point and they came in and beat him badly enough that he stopped making noise for a long time. What I learned later, after everything, was that Amber and Kevin had made it back to the highway. They'd run through that cornfield in complete darkness, getting cut up by the dried stalks, and flagged down a semi-truck around 3 in the morning. The driver let them use his CB radio to call for help, and they told the police everything: the trailer park, the men with guns, their 3 friends who'd been taken. But here's the thing about Kansas County police departments at 3 in the morning. They're understaffed and skeptical, especially when two drunk teenagers show up with a story about armed men and kidnapping in an abandoned trailer park that most locals didn't even know existed. The officer who responded thought they were either pulling a prank or had gotten into some kind of drug deal gone wrong. He drove out to Highway 56 with them at dawn, but couldn't find the turnoff they described. That spray-painted arrow on the mailbox was gone, painted over with brown that matched the rust. The dirt road through the cornfield had been smoothed out somehow, and without that clear path, the officer didn't want to drive his cruiser through private farmland on the word of two scared kids who couldn't give him an exact location. He took a report and told them he'd follow up, but Amber said she could tell he didn't believe them. It took 3 days and both sets of parents raising hell before the sheriff's department organized a real search, and by then we'd been moved. They transported us at night in a panel van with no windows, drove for what felt like hours on roads that went from paved to gravel to dirt. When they finally let us out, we were at a different location entirely, some kind of warehouse or industrial building that smelled like chemicals and had these huge ventilation fans running constantly. The operation was bigger than I'd understood. There were maybe 20 other people being held there, ranging from teenagers to people in their 40s, all in various states of withdrawal or sedation. I realized we'd stumbled into something way beyond a local drug operation. They were using people as mules, as labor, as leverage against family members who owed money. The man with the dead eyes, the one who seemed to be in charge, told us we'd work off our debt for trespassing and causing problems. He said we'd ruined a good setup and cost them money and having to relocate, so now we owed them. Josh kept insisting we were just kids, that our parents would pay whatever they wanted, but the man laughed and said our parents couldn't pay what we'd cost them. For weeks, maybe months, time stopped meaning anything in that place. We sorted pills, packaged powder into baggies, loaded and unloaded trucks that came in the middle of the night. They kept us compliant with just enough food to function and occasional doses of something that made everything feel far away and unimportant. Stephanie stopped talking after the first week. Josh tried to escape once and they broke 3 of his fingers as a lesson to the rest of us. The fragmented memories I have are mostly from this period. Days blending together, the constant noise of those ventilation fans, the chemical taste in my mouth that never went away. But I also remember the moment everything changed. A woman showed up one day, someone new they'd brought in, and she was different from the rest of us. She wasn't scared, she was angry, loudly, violently angry, screaming at the guards about a lawyer and her husband, and how people knew where she was. They tried to shut her up, but she wouldn't stop, and I think that's what finally brought attention to the place. Because 3 days after she arrived, I woke up to the sound of doors being smashed in and men in tactical gear yelling for everyone to get on the ground. Federal agents, it turned out, DEA and FBI. They'd been investigating the drug ring for over a year, but couldn't find their main distribution center until this woman, a county prosecutor's wife who'd been grabbed by mistake, a case of mistaken identity, went missing, and her husband tore apart every lead with resources we never had. They raided 4 locations simultaneously that morning in January, recovered 37 people total, and arrested 23 men connected to an operation that stretched from the Midwest to the East Coast. Josh, Stephanie, and I were separated immediately, taken to different hospitals, debriefed by so many different agencies that their faces all blur together now. My parents cried when they saw me, and I couldn't cry back. I'd forgotten how, somewhere in those months. The worst part was learning that Kevin had died 2 weeks after escaping. Carbon monoxide poisoning in his garage, his truck running, officially ruled an accident, but everyone who knew him understood what it really was. The guilt of leaving us behind had eaten him alive. They tell me I should feel lucky to be alive, that most people in situations like ours don't come home at all. The prosecutors used our testimony to put away the main operators for life, and the FBI shut down the entire network. That trailer park off Highway 56 was bulldozed within a month of our rescue. The whole area fenced off and turned into nothing, like it never existed at all. Josh moved to Colorado with his family right after the trials ended. I heard he's doing better now, working at a ski resort, trying to build a normal life. Stephanie's in intensive therapy somewhere on the East Coast. Her parents won't say where exactly. Amber finished high school online and left town the day she turned 18. I stayed because running felt like letting them win, even though I see that warehouse every time I close my eyes and smell those chemicals every time it rains. My high school graduating class walked in 2014 and I wasn't there. I was still doing physical therapy, still trying to remember how to be a person instead of just a body that follows orders. Sometimes people recognize me around town, the kid who survived that thing with the drug trailers, and they get this look like they want to ask questions but don't know how. I don't blame them. I wouldn't know what to ask either. The detectives say my fragmented memory is normal for trauma, that pieces might come back or they might not, and I should focus on moving forward instead of trying to reconstruct everything. But here's what I know for certain. There are more places like that warehouse out there. More operations running right now in spaces people drive past every day without noticing. And there are still people in those places, waiting for someone to stumble across them the way we did, hoping their luck turns out better than ours. My cousin Rita had this way of making everything seem fixable, even when it wasn't. Wednesday evening in January 2024, I sat at her kitchen table just outside Springfield, Missouri, signing papers that ended my marriage while she heated up leftover pot roast and told me about her plans for spring planting. My birthday had passed the week before. 39 felt different than 38 somehow, heavier. And here I was starting from scratch with a new apartment in town, and a job that kept me staring at wrecked cars all day. Insurance adjusting pays decent, but it teaches you to see damage everywhere, calculate loss like it's just numbers on a form. Rita kept the conversation light, asked about work, avoided mentioning my ex-wife's name. By the time I left around 7, the sun had already set, leaving that dead gray light that makes Missouri winter feel twice as cold. County Road 48 was my usual route home, 40 minutes of farmland and scattered houses set so far back from the road you could barely see them. I'd driven it 100 times, knew every curve and dip. Around mile marker 31, my 2015 Ford F-150 started making this grinding noise that shot straight through the floorboard. The engine shuddered hard, the whole truck vibrated, and then everything just quit. I managed to coast onto the shoulder near a beaten mailbox with Pruitt spray-painted crooked across the front. Tried the ignition 3 times, got nothing but clicking and that horrible metal-on-metal sound. One car passed without slowing, taillights vanishing around the bend like it couldn't get away fast enough. I pulled out my phone, saw 2 bars of signal, and searched for a tow truck. Most of the big companies showed wait times over an hour. Then I found Anchor Towing. Local number, promised 15-minute response, available all hours. I called, and a man answered so fast I barely heard it ring, his voice gravelly and worn, like he'd been waiting by the phone. He asked where I was, and I told him County Road 48, near the Pruitt mailbox at mile marker 31. He didn't ask for more details, didn't need the make and model of my truck, nothing about what was wrong with it. Just said, "Yeah, I know where that is. Be there in 10, and hung up before I could even say thanks. The whole call lasted maybe 20 seconds. I sat there in the cab, heater still blowing cold air because the engine was dead, and realized I hadn't asked about the price or what shop he was taking me to. But honestly, I just wanted to get home, peel off these clothes that still smelled like Rita's kitchen, and sleep for about 12 hours straight. The road stayed empty. No headlights in either direction. Just the wind pushing dead leaves across the asphalt, and the distant shape of a barn I could barely make out against the darkening sky. Then, headlights appeared from the direction I'd come, moving fast. Way faster than you'd expect a tow truck to move, especially on a road like this with all its turns. The lights swept around the bend, and I could see it wasn't one of those big professional rigs with the company name plastered across the side in bright letters. It was a Chevy Silverado, maybe early 2000s, dark blue or black, hard to tell in the fading light. It had a tow bar welded to the back and one of those yellow rotating beacons on the roof, the kind you can buy at any auto parts store and stick on with a magnet. On the driver's door was a decal, Anchor Towing, with an anchor symbol and a phone number, but it looked homemade, like someone had printed it on their computer and stuck it on with adhesive. The truck pulled up behind mine and the driver got out, leaving his headlights on so they lit up the whole scene in harsh white light that made everything look strange and flat. The guy who stepped out was tall, maybe 6'2", wearing a stained Carhartt jacket and jeans that had seen better days. His face was hard to make out with the headlights behind him, but I could see he was older, probably in his 50s, with a gray beard that needed trimming and a baseball cap pulled low. He walked up to my window, and I rolled it down, cold air rushing in. He smelled like cigarettes and motor oil, that combination every mechanic seems to carry around like cologne. "Engine's done, huh?" he said, not really asking. His voice was the same one from the phone, rough and flat, no warmth in it. I nodded and explained the grinding noise, how everything just died, and he listened without looking at me, his eyes scanning my truck like he was appraising it. When I finished talking, he just said, "I'll hook you up, take you to my shop. It's about 20 minutes from here, just off Highway 12. He didn't mention a price, didn't ask if I wanted to call anyone, didn't hand me a business card or a form to sign. He worked fast, moving around to the back of my truck with a chain that clanked loud in the quiet. I got out to watch, mostly because sitting in the cab doing nothing made me feel useless, and also because some part of me, the part that spends all day documenting accident scenes, wanted to see how he was rigging it up. The setup looked solid enough, chains looped through the frame, hooks secured, but there was something sloppy about it, like he'd done this 1,000 times and stopped caring about the details. He worked without talking, didn't make small talk about the weather or ask what I did for a living, none of that casual conversation tow truck drivers usually throw at you to fill the silence. When he finished, he straightened up and said, "You can ride with me or stay in your truck, doesn't matter." His tone made it clear he didn't care either way. I hesitated, looking between his Silverado and my F-150, and something in my gut twitched, just a small, uncomfortable feeling I couldn't name. But I was tired, emotionally wrung out, and this guy was my ride. I told him I'd stay in my truck. He shrugged like I'd just told him the sky was blue and walked back to his Silverado without another word. I climbed into my F-150, settled into the driver's seat even though I had no control anymore, and watched through the rear window as he got into his truck. The engine rumbled to life, louder than it should have been, and then we started moving. The jerk when we first pulled onto the road was rough, rattled my teeth, but then it smoothed out into this weird gliding feeling, being pulled along by someone else's momentum. I kept my phone in my hand, screen lit up showing 7:30, and watched the road slide past in reverse through my side mirror. We went maybe 2 miles before he made a turn I didn't recognize, onto a narrower road with no street sign, just gravel and dirt packed hard from years of use. Trees pressed in close on both sides, branches scraping the top of my truck with this rhythmic scratching sound that set my nerves on edge. That's when I realized I had no idea where this shop was supposed to be. He'd said Highway 12, but we were heading away from it, deeper into back roads I'd never been on. I tried to remember if there were any repair shops out this way and came up blank. My phone still had 1 bar of signal, just barely hanging on. I thought about calling Rita, telling her where I was, but what would I even say? That I had a bad feeling about the tow truck driver who was doing exactly what I'd paid him to do. That sounded paranoid, like the stress of the day was making me see danger where there wasn't any. But my hands wouldn't stop gripping the phone tighter, and I kept watching the trees pass by, looking for something familiar, some landmark that would tell me we were going the right direction. Nothing. Just more trees, more darkness, and that horrible scratching sound every time a branch dragged across my roof. Then he turned again, onto an even smaller road, barely wide enough for 2 vehicles, and the pavement gave way entirely to dirt. The beacon on his roof kept spinning, throwing yellow light across the trees in sick rotating patterns. We'd been driving for maybe 15 minutes when he slowed down near a clearing on the left side of the road. Through the windshield, I could see the outline of a structure, maybe a shed or a small building, set back about 30 feet from the road. No lights on inside, no sign, nothing that looked like a legitimate repair shop. Just a dark shape against darker trees. My entire body went rigid. This wasn't right. None of this was right. He pulled to a stop and the Silverado's engine kept running, that rough idle vibrating through the chains into my truck. I watched him in the side mirror, saw him open his door and step out, moving toward the back where the chains were connected. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to do something, but I was hooked to his truck, couldn't drive away even if my engine worked. My phone showed no signal now, just an empty bar mocking me in the corner of the screen. I locked my doors, stupid, pointless, but it was all I could think to do. He appeared at my window, standing there in the yellow rotating light, and tapped on the glass with his knuckle. Not aggressive, just a casual tap, like he had all the time in the world. I didn't roll it down. Through the glass, I could see his face clearly now, and there was something empty in his expression, mechanical, like he was going through motions he'd rehearsed. He said something I couldn't hear through the window, gestured toward the building. I shook my head, held up my phone, pointed at the screen showing no signal, then made a gesture like I was calling someone. Universal sign for, I'm not getting out. I have people who know where I am. Complete lie, but I sold it hard. His face didn't change. He stood there for what felt like 10 minutes but was probably 30 seconds, just staring at me through the glass. Then he did something I wasn't expecting. He pulled out his own phone, looked at it, put it back in his pocket and walked back to his truck without saying another word. I heard his door slam and then nothing happened. We just sat there, his engine running, my heart hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. Then headlights appeared behind us, coming up the dirt road fast. A vehicle rounded the bend, high beams cutting through the darkness, and I've never been so relieved to see another human being in my entire life. It was a patrol car, county sheriff, and it pulled up maybe 20 feet behind the Silverado with its lights going. A deputy got out, flashlight in hand, and walked up to the driver's side of the tow truck. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but I could see the deputy's posture change, see him step back and put his hand near his belt. The conversation lasted maybe 2 minutes, and then the deputy walked over to my window. I rolled it down immediately, cold air rushing in along with the sound of the deputy's radio crackling. He was young, maybe late 20s, with a clean-shaved face and sharp eyes that took in everything. "Sir, are you all right?" he asked, and his voice had that careful calm cops use when they think something's wrong, but don't want to spook anyone. I told him I'd called for a tow. My truck broke down on County Road 48, and this guy showed up saying he'd take me to his shop. The deputy nodded slowly, glanced back at the Silverado, then asked me, "Did you get a card or any paperwork from him?" I said no, and his jaw tightened just slightly. The deputy told me to stay put and walked back to the Silverado. Whatever he said to the driver made the guy get out of his truck with his hands visible, and within minutes another patrol car showed up, then another. They had the driver standing by the hood of his Silverado, talking to him, checking his identification, running something on their radios. One of the deputies came over and explained they'd been looking for this guy for 3 weeks. Apparently there'd been a string of incidents, people calling for tow trucks on rural roads, drivers showing up fast with homemade decals and no legitimate business license, then either robbing the stranded motorists or, in 2 cases, the people in their vehicles just vanished entirely until their trucks were found abandoned days later in different counties. The fake tow driver would target people alone on empty roads, use the isolation against them, and the decal on his door could peel right off when he was done. They'd been tracking reports but couldn't pin him down until tonight. The deputy said the only reason they found me was because someone had called in a suspicious vehicle, matching the description heading down this road. Probably a neighbor who'd seen the beacon light through the trees and thought it was strange. They unhooked my truck right there on the dirt road and called a legitimate towing company out of Springfield to come get me. Took another hour before they arrived, and I spent that time sitting in the back of a patrol car with a blanket around my shoulders, watching them process the scene. The building in the clearing turned out to be an abandoned hunting cabin. Nothing inside but some old furniture, and evidence of other people having been there recently. Rope, duct tape, a toolbox. The deputy who'd found me said I'd gotten lucky in ways I probably didn't fully understand yet. That staying in my truck and refusing to get out had likely saved my life. When the real tow truck finally showed up, a bright red rig with the company name in huge letters and a driver who had paperwork and a business card, and asked me a dozen questions about my insurance, I felt like I could breathe again. They took me and my F-150 to a shop in town, and I called Rita from there around midnight to tell her what happened. She cried, which made me realize how close I'd actually come to not making that call at all. The guy they arrested turned out to have a record: assault, theft, a bunch of other charges going back years. I had to give a statement to the police, went through the whole thing again in detail, and they told me I'd probably have to testify if it went to trial. I said I would, absolutely, whatever they needed. That was 3 months ago now, and I still won't drive County Road 48 at night. Still check the credentials of any service person before they touch my vehicle. Still get a knot in my chest when I see a tow truck beacon spinning in the dark. Some guy in a fake uniform with a homemade decal almost made me disappear. And the only reason I'm here typing this is because I listened to that small, uncomfortable feeling in my gut and refused to get out of my truck. Trust that feeling. Always. Folks around our town always said the bridge at Mason Creek had a bad feeling to it. It sits about 3 miles past the diner where I work, tucked behind a patch of pine trees and fog that never really lifts. The asphalt there crumbles into dirt, and when the wind blows through, it whistles through the cracks like the bridge is breathing. I had lived in Claymore all my life, waiting tables since I was 18, and I knew every regular's car by sight. That is why, when I drove home after my shift one night and saw a silver Honda parked near the guardrail with no lights on, it caught my attention immediately. At first, I figured someone broke down. Happens all the time when folks take the back roads to avoid the state patrol. But when I passed by the next night and saw a different car in almost the same spot, an old maroon Buick this time, I felt a strange sense of repetition that stuck with me. People in town started whispering about it too. A delivery guy said he'd seen 3 cars left there in the last week, always after midnight, always gone by morning. Nobody knew who they belonged to, and nobody really wanted to stop and check. Then came the night I noticed a beat-up blue Ford Fusion parked right under the bridge's main arch. I recognized it right away. It belonged to Casey, one of the waitresses who worked the late shift with me at the diner. Casey had been covering extra hours because her boyfriend lost his job, and she usually left around the same time I did. Seeing her car sitting there, engine off, door slightly cracked open, made my chest tighten in a way I can't fully describe. I pulled over a little ahead of the bridge, cut the headlights, and just sat there, watching the Ford. The whole place was quiet, the kind of quiet that presses against your ears. The bridge lights had gone out years ago, so the only thing I could see was the faint gleam of metal from the car's bumper catching my high beams. I called Casey's phone, no answer. Tried again, nothing. That was when I noticed a faint flicker of light inside her car, like someone using a flashlight or maybe a lighter. It blinked twice, then disappeared. For a few seconds I thought about turning around and pretending I never saw it. But curiosity has always been my worst habit. I stepped out of my car, leaving the engine idling just in case I needed to bolt. The air smelled like wet iron, sharp and heavy. My shoes crunched against the gravel as I moved closer to Casey's car, calling her name softly. No answer. I peeked through the driver's window and saw her purse still on the seat, her phone face down beside it, the screen cracked. But the back seat was empty. That small light I'd seen earlier wasn't there anymore, and the silence felt deeper, as if the woods had stopped breathing too. Something about that bridge always messed with radios, but I had my work walkie-talkie in my apron pocket from the diner. It wasn't meant for long distance, yet a faint voice came through when I turned it on. Static first, then a man's voice. Steady, low, like he was talking right next to my ear. "You out here too?" he said. I froze in place, listening. The signal hissed, then he spoke again. "Bridge is quiet tonight, just the way I like it." His tone was calm, almost conversational, which somehow made it worse. I backed away from the car, keeping my eyes on the dark stretch of bridge ahead. There were faint tire marks near the guardrail, fresh ones that hadn't been there before. That was when I heard it. The slow grind of a diesel engine starting somewhere beyond the trees. The kind of deep rumble you feel in your ribs. The sound echoed under the bridge, bouncing around like it had nowhere else to go. I crouched behind Casey's car, heart hammering, and watched as a semi-truck's headlights blinked on in the distance. It crept forward like it was stalking something. The driver never used the horn, never flashed the brights, just rolled closer until the grille reflected in the water beneath the bridge. I caught a glimpse of the trailer's paint, dull red with peeling white letters that might have once spelled a company name. I remember thinking that whoever was behind that wheel wasn't just passing through. They were waiting. The truck stopped in the middle of the bridge, its headlights dimmed, leaving everything bathed in weak moonlight. A voice crackled through my walkie again. Same man, same calm tone. "She came out to meet me, you know. Said she heard me calling." My chest tightened. Casey had told me once she liked to listen to old CB channels while closing up the diner. Said they made the drive home less lonely. The man kept talking, describing her hair, her voice, how she sounded scared when she realized there was no signal down here. I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't move fast enough. Then the truck's door opened. I could see the driver's outline against the cab light, broad shoulders, baseball cap, face hidden by shadow. He leaned out and tossed something over the bridge rail. It hit the water with a soft splash. I felt my throat close up. The radio clicked again, quieter now. Sometimes they answer, sometimes they don't. His engine roared back to life, and the truck rolled off into the trees, taillights fading until the night swallowed them whole. I didn't go to the police until morning. When they checked the bridge, they found Casey's phone, the same one I'd seen in her car, shattered near the guardrail. They said the signal from her last call had bounced off an unregistered frequency, one the highway patrol hadn't used in decades. A few weeks later, they traced similar disappearances to truck stops along the interstate, each near a bridge, each victim last heard talking on CB channels no one was supposed to be using anymore. To this day, that stretch of road stays empty after dark. People in Claymore say it's haunted, but I don't think it's ghosts keeping folks away. Sometimes late at night, the diner's radio picks up faint chatter from a channel that shouldn't exist. Just a man's voice, clear as if he's sitting at the counter. "Anyone out there near the bridge?" he says. "It's real quiet tonight." Classes had been exhausting that semester, and I was desperate for a quiet weekend to make some money. When my roommate mentioned a family who needed a babysitter for 2 nights, it felt like a perfect break from the campus chaos. The family lived in a tidy 2-story house on the edge of a small Oregon town. Quiet, tree-lined streets where everyone seemed to know each other. The mother, Erin, met me at the door with the kind of warmth that felt practiced, but not unkind. Her husband, Patrick, was supposedly leaving that evening for a business trip to Portland, and the 2 kids, Max and Lily, were already in their pajamas when I arrived. Erin gave me a quick tour of the house, moving a little too fast through each room, pointing out the snacks, the camera monitors, the back door, the alarm code. She kept saying how much she appreciated me coming on short notice. Her voice trembled just slightly when she mentioned Patrick's trip, but I brushed it off as exhaustion. Before she left, she kissed both kids on the forehead, reminded me not to open the door for anyone, and promised to be back by late morning. When the door clicked shut, the silence in that big house felt heavier than it should have. The night started out fine. Max and Lily were good kids, restless but polite. We played a board game, watched an old animated movie, and they fell asleep by 9. After cleaning up the living room, I sat in the kitchen with a cup of tea, scrolling through my phone, while the soft hum of the refrigerator filled the silence. The only light came from the little night bulb over the sink, making everything look faded and distant. The house felt peaceful, almost too still, like it was waiting for something. Around midnight, the first knock came. 3 dull taps on the back door, slow and deliberate. I figured it might be a neighbor, someone who had noticed Aaron's car gone and wanted to check in. Still, something in the rhythm of those knocks made me hesitate. I opened the kitchen tablet to check the porch camera. The grainy feed lit up, and I swear my breath caught when I saw the man on the screen. Patrick, standing there in the cold, his face lit by the porch light. At first I thought maybe the trip had been canceled, but something about the way he stood there, completely still, staring straight into the camera, made my throat tighten. He wasn't knocking anymore, just standing in the same position, his hands at his sides. The porch light flickered once, and the feed glitched for half a second. When it came back, he was gone. I remember walking to the door and checking the lock twice before stepping back and texting Erin. No answer. Then I called her. Straight to voicemail. A few minutes later, a soft scratching sound came from the side of the house, like branches scraping the siding, except there were no trees close enough for that. I turned off the kitchen light to get a clearer view through the window. Outside, the yard looked empty. The swing set in the corner moved slightly, just enough to catch the light. I could not tell if it was the wind or something else. I told myself I was being paranoid. Still, I grabbed the house phone. Yes, an actual landline, and kept it next to me. When the knocks started again, they were louder, faster. The kids upstairs began to stir. I heard Max's small voice call out, asking if everything was okay. I lied and told him it was just a neighbor. My voice must have sounded wrong because he came to the top of the stairs, clutching a blanket. I told him to stay with his sister, locked the kitchen door again, and turned the deadbolt twice. Then I checked the camera feed one more time. Patrick was back. His face was closer now, his expression flat, as if he were watching something beyond the lens. I dialed 911 with shaking fingers, whispering the address while keeping my eyes on the screen. The dispatcher asked me if I was sure it was the homeowner. I said yes, absolutely sure. She told me officers were on their way and to stay inside. I remember feeling this strange mixture of relief and disbelief. I had seen his face earlier that evening when he hugged the kids goodbye. There was no mistaking him, but the man on that screen looked wrong somehow. The same features, same clothes, but a blankness in his eyes that I can't describe. The police took about 15 minutes to arrive, though it felt much longer. During that time, I kept every light in the house off and sat at the bottom of the stairs listening. I could hear something faint outside, footsteps crunching against the gravel, slow and uneven. Then the sound of a car door shutting somewhere nearby. I waited for a knock at the front door, but it never came. When red and blue lights finally flashed through the curtains, I ran to open the door before they even stepped out of the car. 2 officers searched the property while one stayed with me and the kids. They found footprints near the back porch, leading toward the woods that bordered the neighborhood. I remember one of them saying the prints matched heavy boots, not sneakers or dress shoes. When they ran Patrick's name through their system, the mood shifted instantly. One of the officers made a quick call and stepped outside. A few minutes later, he came back pale-faced and told me Patrick was confirmed to be in Portland. His body had been found in a motel parking lot earlier that evening. Erin returned the next morning in tears, escorted by detectives. The truth unfolded in fragments. Months of violence hidden behind closed doors, reports she never filed, neighbors who suspected but stayed quiet. Patrick had apparently left town 2 days earlier after a violent argument, but something or someone wearing his face came back that night. The officers never found any signs of forced entry, and the camera feed from that moment somehow vanished from the cloud storage before they could retrieve it. I quit babysitting after that. Erin and the kids moved away not long later. Every once in a while, I'll see a man on the street with the same posture, the same way of standing perfectly still like Patrick did on that porch. And for a second, I feel that same pressure in my chest, like the air is too thick. I try not to think about what I saw on that screen, or who, if anyone, was actually standing outside that door. Christmas Eve has never been the same for me since 2017. My wife had left 6 months prior, divorce finalized right before Thanksgiving, and there I was, a man who had graduated college the same year Facebook went public, spending the holidays alone in a house that suddenly felt too big for one person. I worked as an insurance adjuster, the kind of job where you see enough property damage and human tragedy to make you numb, or so I thought. That year, I had declined every invitation from family and friends, convinced that solitude would be easier than pretending to be festive. My neighborhood in suburban Minnesota was the picture-perfect kind you see in holiday movies. Rows of houses decorated with lights, inflatable snowmen on lawns, and families shuffling between homes with plates of cookies. The Donnelly family lived 3 doors down: Patrick and Christine, their teenage daughter Amber, and their 10-year-old son Miles. We were not close, but we had that comfortable neighbor relationship built on waving from driveways and occasional small talk about weather and lawn care. The snow started falling around 4 in the afternoon, thick and relentless, the kind of storm that makes you grateful for a working furnace and a stocked pantry. I had spent most of the day on my couch watching old movies, nursing a bottle of bourbon that was supposed to last me through New Year's. By 8 that evening, the world outside had turned into a white blur, and I decided to step onto my porch just to watch the storm swallow the streetlights. That is when I noticed it. The Donnellys' front door wide open, a rectangle of warm yellow light spilling out onto their snow-covered porch. At first, I assumed someone had just stepped outside, maybe to grab something from a car or check on decorations. But minutes passed and that door stayed open, snow beginning to drift across their welcome mat. I remember thinking it was strange, wasteful even, with the heating bill that would cost them. I waited another 5 minutes watching, expecting Patrick to appear and close it. Nobody came. The door just hung there, an invitation or a warning, and something in my gut told me I needed to walk over there. I pulled on my boots and heavy coat, grabbed a flashlight more out of habit than necessity, and trudged through the accumulating snow toward their house. The wind cut through me as I crossed the distance, and by the time I reached their porch, my face was numb and my beard had collected ice crystals. I called out before stepping inside, "Patrick? Christine? Everything okay?" But my voice seemed to get swallowed by the storm behind me. The silence that answered was absolute, the kind of quiet that feels heavy and wrong. I stepped through the doorway, stamping snow off my boots on their mat, and immediately the warmth of the house wrapped around me along with the smell of roasted turkey and pine needles from their Christmas tree. The living room looked like a catalog photo, tree decorated with gold and red ornaments, presents scattered around its base with torn wrapping paper, stockings hung above a fireplace where embers still glowed orange. Everything screamed normal holiday evening, except for the complete absence of the people who should have been enjoying it. I moved further into the house, calling their names again, my voice cracking slightly in that empty space. The dining room table stopped me cold. It was fully set, 5 places I remember counting, which struck me as odd since there were only 4 of them, with a carved turkey sitting in the center, steam no longer rising from it, but the meat still glistening, mashed potatoes in a ceramic bowl, green bean casserole, cranberry sauce still holding the shape of the can it came from. Wine glasses filled halfway, one of them with a lipstick mark on the rim. Plates had food on them, partially eaten, forks and knives resting at angles that suggested people had simply stood up mid-bite and walked away. A chair had been knocked backward, lying on its side against the wall, and that detail made my throat tighten. Christmas music was still playing softly from a speaker somewhere, some instrumental version of Silent Night that suddenly sounded mocking in all that emptiness. I pulled out my phone and dialed 911, my fingers clumsy from the cold, and told the dispatcher that something was very wrong at the Donnelly residence on Birchwood Lane. The first squad car arrived within 12 minutes. though it felt like an hour standing in that house alone. I had not moved from the dining room, afraid to touch anything, afraid to contaminate whatever scene this was. 2 officers came through the front door with their hands near their holsters, and I immediately raised mine to show I was not a threat. I explained who I was, where I lived, what I had seen. They searched the house room by room while I waited in the living room, and I heard one of them curse sharply from somewhere upstairs. More cars arrived. Unmarked sedans, a crime scene van, an ambulance that sat idle with its lights off. The snow kept falling, and I watched through the window as officers stretched yellow tape between trees in the front yard, their flashlight beams cutting through the white darkness. A detective named Ruiz introduced himself to me, a stocky man with tired eyes and a notebook that looked like it had seen 1,000 bad nights. He asked me to walk him through everything again, from the moment I noticed the open door, and I did. My voice steadier now, but my mind racing with questions I knew he would not answer. Detective Ruiz kept me at the scene for 3 more hours, going over my statement again and again until I could recite it in my sleep. Around midnight, he finally told me what they had found, or rather, what they had not found. The Donnelly family was gone, all 4 of them, with no indication of where they went or why. But there was blood. Not a lot, he said, just enough to worry about. A smear on the kitchen counter, droplets on the basement stairs, and a trail of footprints leading out the back door into the yard. The prints were from heavy boots, size 11 or 12, and they led about 40 feet into the snow before the storm had erased them completely. No bodies, no signs of a struggle beyond that overturned chair, no forced entry on any door or window. Their cars were still in the garage, a Subaru Outback and a Ford pickup, keys hanging on the hook by the kitchen door. Wallets, phones, coats, all still inside the house. Whoever left through that back door had walked out into a blizzard dressed for winter, but the Donnellys had apparently vanished in whatever they were wearing to Christmas dinner. Ruiz asked me if I had seen anyone unusual in the neighborhood lately, any strangers or unfamiliar vehicles. I told him no, and that was the truth, though I would spend the next weeks replaying every mundane detail of the past month searching for something I might have missed. The case exploded across local news by Christmas morning, and by the 26th, it had gone national. A family of 4 vanishing on Christmas Eve. A holiday dinner abandoned mid-meal. Bloody footprints leading nowhere. It was the kind of story that cable news channels devour. Reporters descended on Birchwood Lane like locusts, their vans lining both sides of the street, satellite dishes pointed at the gray winter sky. I made the mistake of answering my door once, thinking it was another detective, and found myself facing a woman with a microphone and a cameraman already recording. I slammed the door without a word, but they had enough footage to run my face on the evening broadcast alongside the caption, "Neighbor who discovered scene." My phone rang constantly with numbers I did not recognize, journalists, true crime podcasters, people claiming to be psychics who wanted to help. I unplugged my landline and let my cell die, watching the circus outside through a gap in my curtains. The Donnelly house sat dark now, sealed with police tape, and I could not stop staring at it at that front door I had walked through, wondering what had happened in the hours before I noticed it standing open. The surveillance footage surfaced 3 days after Christmas, leaked to a local station before police could control the narrative. A neighbor 2 houses down from the Donnellys had one of those doorbell cameras, and it had captured something that made the story even more disturbing. The footage showed a figure approaching the Donnelly home around 2 in the afternoon on Christmas Eve. Hours before dinner would have been served, hours before I saw that open door. The person was bundled in a dark winter coat, hood pulled up, face obscured by a scarf and the angle of the camera. They walked with purpose, no hesitation, straight up the driveway and to the front door. The door opened before they even knocked. Someone inside had let them in willingly, which meant the Donnellys knew this person, or at least expected them. The footage had no audio, just that grainy, silent image of a figure disappearing into a house where 4 people would later vanish. Police released a statement asking the public for help identifying the individual, but the winter gear made it impossible. Could have been anyone, any gender, any age. I watched that clip dozens of times on my laptop, pausing and rewinding, trying to see something in the way they moved that might spark recognition. I never did, but I noticed something else that the news reports did not mention. The figure was carrying a small duffel bag, the kind you might take to a gym, and when they entered the house, that bag went with them. Detective Ruiz called me in for a second interview on New Year's Eve, and the tone had shifted in a way that made my palms sweat. The questions were no longer about what I had seen that night. They were about me. How well did I know the Donnellys? Had I ever been inside their home before? What was my relationship with Christine? Did I have any financial troubles, any grudges, any reason to wish harm on that family? I answered everything as calmly as I could, but I understood what was happening. I was the one who found the scene, the one who called it in. The divorced man spending Christmas alone with a bottle of bourbon and no alibi beyond my own word. In true crime stories, the person who discovers the body is always the first suspect. Ruiz did not accuse me of anything directly, but he mentioned that my footprints were found inside the house, that my fingerprints were on the dining room doorframe where I had steadied myself while staring at that abandoned meal. He asked if I would be willing to provide a DNA sample, and I said yes immediately because I had nothing to hide. But walking out of that police station, I felt eyes on me. Officers glancing up from their desks, a receptionist who looked away too quickly. I was no longer just a witness. I had become a person of interest, and in a case this public, that distinction could ruin a life. The harassment started subtly at first, then escalated into something I could not ignore. Anonymous messages flooded my work email, accusing me of involvement, demanding I confess to what I had done to that poor family. Someone spray-painted the word killer across my garage door in red letters 3 feet tall, and when I reported it to police, the officer who responded looked at me like I had done it myself for sympathy. My employer suggested I take a leave of absence until things calmed down, a polite way of saying my presence had become a liability. I stopped going outside during daylight hours, timing my grocery runs for late nights when the parking lots were empty. A true crime forum online had dedicated an entire thread to analyzing my 911 call, dissecting my word choices, my pauses, the slight tremor in my voice when I described the dining room table. Armchair detectives declared me guilty based on nothing but gut feelings and the grainy screenshot of my face from that first news broadcast. One night, I found a man parked outside my house taking photographs of my windows. When I confronted him, he said he was a blogger working on a documentary about the case, and he asked me point blank if I had killed the Donnellys. I told him to leave before I called the police, and he laughed, actually laughed, and said the police were probably just waiting for enough evidence to arrest me. I went back inside and sat in the dark for hours, wondering if this was what the rest of my life would look like. The break in the case came in mid-February, and it did not come from brilliant detective work or a dramatic confession. A hiker found human remains in a state park 60 miles north of our neighborhood, partially buried beneath snow and frozen leaves. Dental records confirmed what everyone feared. It was the Donnelly family, all 4 of them, buried together in a shallow grave. The cause of death was blunt force trauma, and investigators estimated they had been killed on Christmas Eve, likely within hours of sitting down for that holiday dinner. The news hit me like a physical blow, even though I had known deep down that they were not coming back. But the discovery also brought answers that finally shifted attention away from me. DNA evidence at the burial site matched a man named Curtis Bellamy, Christine Donnelly's estranged brother, who had been released from a psychiatric facility in Ohio just 3 weeks before Christmas. He had a history of violent episodes, a restraining order that Christine had filed against him years ago, and a documented obsession with what he believed was his rightful share of their deceased parents' estate. The 5th place setting at the dinner table suddenly made terrible sense. They had invited him, or perhaps he had invited himself, hoping to reconcile during the holidays. Whatever happened at that table had ended with 4 people dead and Curtis walking out the back door into a blizzard, carrying whatever evidence he could fit in that duffel bag. They arrested Curtis Bellamy at a motel in Wisconsin 3 days after the bodies were found, still wearing the same winter coat from the surveillance footage, still carrying identification belonging to Patrick Donnelly. He confessed to everything within hours of his arrest, showing no remorse, describing the murders in clinical detail that the newspapers mercifully did not print. The case was closed, the media moved on to the next tragedy, and Birchwood Lane slowly returned to its catalog-perfect quietness. But nothing returned to normal for me. I sold my house that spring, took a job in a different state, and started over in a city where nobody knew my face or my name. Sometimes I still dream about that open door, that rectangle of yellow light spilling onto the snow, and I wake up with my heart pounding and the taste of copper in my mouth. I did the right thing that night. I called for help when something looked wrong, and it nearly destroyed my life anyway. The Donnellys are buried in a cemetery I have never visited, and Curtis Bellamy is serving 4 consecutive life sentences in a prison I try not to think about. But what stays with me, what I cannot shake even now, is that moment of hesitation on my porch before I walked over. I almost did not go. I almost convinced myself it was none of my business, that the door would close on its own, that whatever was happening in that house was not my concern. If I had turned around and gone back inside, poured another glass of bourbon, and minded my own business, I would have slept peacefully that night. The Donnellys would still be dead, but I would not have known. And some nights, in my weaker moments, I wonder if that ignorance might have been a mercy. My mother called on December 21st, 2017, and the first thing she said was that Uncle Ray had left specific instructions in his will. Not hello, not how are you, not even an acknowledgement that we had not spoken in almost 3 years, just his name and the word instructions, and then silence on the line while she waited for me to respond. I was sitting in my cubicle at the accounting firm in Boston, staring at spreadsheets I no longer cared about, when her number appeared on my phone. She explained that everyone was coming home for Christmas dinner. Everyone, she repeated, as if that word carried some terrible weight. My cousin Wade, my Aunt Francine, my Uncle Teddy, people I had not seen since before I graduated high school in 2009. Uncle Ray wanted us all together one last time, she said, and something in her voice made me grip the edge of my desk until my knuckles turned white. He had died 3 weeks earlier under circumstances nobody would explain to me over the phone, and now I was being summoned back to the farmhouse outside Albany that I swore I would never see again. I drove through a snowstorm on the evening of December 24th, Route 9 disappearing into a wall of white ahead of my headlights. The family farmhouse sits about 40 miles from the city, this massive Victorian structure my great-grandfather built when he emigrated from Poland in the 1920s. 3 stories of dark wood and strange angles, a house that always seemed to be watching you no matter which window you looked at. I pulled into the gravel driveway around 6 and counted the cars already there. My mother's old Buick, a silver pickup I did not recognize, Aunt Francine's black Mercedes, and a beat-up Jeep that had to belong to Wade. My family is not the kind that hugs at the door and says they missed you. We are the kind that holds grudges across generations, that remembers every slight and perceived insult, that communicates through cold silences and glances sharp enough to draw blood. Uncle Ray had been the only one who tried to keep us civilized, who made phone calls on birthdays and forced us into the same room once a year. Now he was gone, and somehow his death had pulled us all back together, like gravity dragging debris toward a black hole. I sat in my car with the engine running, watching shadows move behind the yellow-lit windows, and tried to remember how to breathe. My mother opened the front door before I even reached the porch steps, and the look on her face told me everything I needed to know about how this night was going to go. She had aged badly in the years since I last saw her, deep lines around her mouth, gray streaking through hair that used to be auburn, a thinness to her frame that made her look brittle. "Elliot," she said, not moving to embrace me, just stepping aside to let me into the hallway. "You came." The way she said it made it sound like an accusation rather than a greeting. The house smelled exactly as I remembered. Old wood, dust, and something underneath that I could never quite identify, like copper or rust. I heard voices from the dining room, low and tense, and my mother grabbed my arm before I could move toward them. "Your uncle's death," she whispered, her fingers digging into my sleeve. "Do not bring it up, do not ask questions. Just get through dinner and then we can talk privately." She released me and walked toward the kitchen without another word, leaving me standing alone in the hallway with my suitcase and a growing sense that I had made a terrible mistake by coming here. The dining room was a museum of family dysfunction frozen in time. Aunt Francine sat at one end of the long oak table, her jewelry catching the chandelier light, her face arranged into an expression of polite contempt. She was my father's sister, and she had never forgiven my mother for marrying him, for reasons that shifted depending on who you asked. Across from her sat Uncle Teddy, Ray's younger brother, a heavy man with red-rimmed eyes who was already working on what looked like his third or fourth glass of whiskey. My cousin Wade stood by the window, 23 years old and looking like he had not slept in weeks, his flannel shirt untucked and his beard grown wild. There was a woman I did not recognize sitting near the fireplace, mid-40s, blonde hair pulled back tight, watching everyone with the sharp attention of someone cataloging details for later use. "That is Gail," Wade said when he noticed me staring. "Uncle Ray's girlfriend, or whatever she was." The woman named Gail did not react to this, just kept watching, her hands folded in her lap. Nobody stood up to greet me. Nobody smiled. The tension in that room was so thick it felt like walking into water, and I understood immediately that whatever had brought us all here, it was not grief. Dinner began at 7, and for the first hour we performed the rituals of a normal family gathering while pretending not to hate each other. My mother brought out the turkey, the mashed potatoes, the green bean casserole that nobody ever ate. Aunt Francine made small talk about her vacation home in Florida. Uncle Teddy poured himself another whiskey and stared at his plate without eating. Wade kept checking his phone under the table, his leg bouncing with nervous energy. And Gail just watched. She barely touched her food, barely spoke, but her eyes moved from face to face like she was solving a puzzle none of us could see. Tried to ask about Uncle Ray once, just a simple question about the funeral arrangements, and the entire table went silent. My mother shot me a look that could have frozen boiling water. "The funeral was private," Aunt Francine said, her voice clipped and final. "Ray wanted it that way." I noticed that she said wanted, not would have wanted, as if Ray had somehow planned his own death. The conversation moved on to safer topics, the weather, the stock market, Wade's job at the auto shop, but the silence around Ray's name hung over us like smoke that would not clear. Around 9 o'clock, Uncle Teddy finally broke. He had been drinking steadily since I arrived, his face growing redder with each glass, and I could see something building behind his eyes like pressure in a sealed container. We were sitting in the living room by then, spread across the old couches and armchairs, pretending to enjoy coffee and pie while the snow piled up outside the windows. "I want to know," Teddy said suddenly, his words slurring together. "Which one of you did it?" The room went absolutely still. My mother set down her coffee cup with a click that sounded like a gunshot in the silence. "Teddy," she said, her voice carrying a warning. "Not tonight." But Teddy was beyond warnings now. He stood up, swaying slightly, and pointed a thick finger at Aunt Francine. "You hated him. You hated him because he knew what you did with Dad's money after he died. You think I forgot about that?" Francine's face turned to stone, but I saw something flicker in her eyes. Not guilt exactly, but fear. "Sit down, Theodore," she said. "You are embarrassing yourself." But Teddy was not finished. He turned that accusing finger toward Gail, toward my mother, toward Wade. "One of you killed my brother," he said, and his voice cracked on the last word. "And I am not leaving this house until I find out who." What happened next is still a blur in my memory, pieces of motion and shouting that I have tried to reconstruct 100 times since that night. Aunt Francine stood up so fast, her chair tipped backward and crashed against the floor. Wade moved toward his father like he was going to restrain him. but Teddy shoved him away with surprising strength. My mother was saying something, her voice high and panicked, but I could not make out the words over the blood rushing in my ears. And then Gail spoke for the first time since dinner, her voice cutting through the chaos like a blade. "He is right," she said. Everyone stopped, turned toward her. She was still sitting in the same chair by the fireplace, her hands still folded, her face completely calm. Ray did not die of a heart attack. The coroner's report was falsified. I have a copy and I have been waiting to see which one of you would crack first. She reached into her purse and pulled out a manila envelope, thick with papers. Someone in this room poisoned him, slowly, over several weeks. And Ray knew it was happening. He knew, and he asked me to help him find out who before it was too late. She looked at each of us in turn, and when her eyes met mine, I felt something cold settle in my chest. "That is why you are all here. Not because of his will, because of his list." I tried to leave after that. I think we all did. But when Wade went to the front door, he found it locked from the outside. Not just locked, but barricaded. A heavy chain wrapped through the handles that had not been there when I arrived. The back door was the same. The windows on the first floor had been nailed shut from the outside, fresh wood bright against the old frames. Someone had prepared this house like a trap, and we had all walked right into it. "This is insane," Wade kept saying, yanking at the front door until the hinges groaned. "This is absolutely insane." My mother had gone pale, leaning against the hallway wall like she might collapse. Aunt Francine was on her phone, but there was no signal. I checked mine too, and found the same thing, 0 bars, the little icon spinning uselessly as it searched for a connection. "The storm," Teddy muttered, but I did not believe that. The storm might have knocked out the cell towers, but it did not explain the chains on the doors. It did not explain the nails in the window frames. Someone had planned this, someone who knew we would all be here tonight. And as I looked around at my family, at their frightened faces, their suspicious eyes, I realized that the person responsible might be standing right next to me. Gail spread the contents of the manila envelope across the dining room table, and we gathered around it like mourners at a grave. There were medical records, bank statements, photographs, handwritten notes in Ray's cramped script that I recognized from the birthday cards he used to send me. The coroner's report showed cause of death as cardiac arrest, but attached to it was a toxicology screen that told a different story. Elevated levels of digoxin, a heart medication that Ray had never been prescribed. In small doses, it would have mimicked the symptoms of a weak heart. In larger doses, accumulated over weeks, it would have killed him. "He started feeling sick in October," Gail said, her finger tracing the dates on one of the documents. "Dizzy spells, nausea, confusion. His doctor could not find anything wrong, but Ray was a careful man. He saved samples of everything he ate and drank for the last month of his life, and he had them tested privately." She pulled out another sheet, a lab report showing digoxin traces in a bottle of whiskey, the same brand I could see sitting on the sideboard right now. Someone was dosing his liquor, someone who had access to this house, to his things, to his trust. She looked up at us, and there was something almost like satisfaction in her expression. Ray narrowed it down to 5 people. The 5 people in this room, not counting myself. The accusations came fast after that, years of buried resentment erupting like infection from a wound. Aunt Francine turned on my mother first, her voice shaking with fury. "You were here every week. You brought him groceries. You cleaned his house. You had more access than anyone." My mother fired back without hesitation. "I loved Ray. I was the only one who visited him after your husband left, and you were too ashamed to show your face. Where were you, Francine, when he needed family?" Wade started shouting about money, about how Ray had promised to help him buy into a business partnership, and then suddenly changed his mind 2 months before he died. Uncle Teddy threw a glass against the wall, whiskey and shattered crystal spraying across the floor, screaming that he would kill whoever did this with his bare hands. And through all of it, Gail just watched, her eyes moving from person to person, cataloging every reaction. I stayed quiet, pressed against the wall near the doorway, trying to make sense of what I was hearing. These were people I had known my entire life, people who had held me as a baby and attended my high school graduation. The idea that one of them could be a murderer seemed impossible. But someone had locked us in this house. Someone had poisoned that whiskey. And someone, I was starting to realize, had specifically made sure that I would be here tonight to witness whatever was about to happen. It was Wade who finally turned on me, his face twisted with something between fear and accusation. "Why are you even here, Elliot? You have not talked to any of us in years. You did not come to Thanksgiving, you did not come to Grandma's funeral. But suddenly Uncle Ray dies, and you drive through a blizzard to show up." I opened my mouth to defend myself, but Gail cut in before I could speak. "Because Ray asked for him specifically," she said, pulling one last document from the envelope. "This is a letter Ray wrote 2 weeks before he died. He wanted Elliot here because Elliot is the only one he trusted to be impartial. The only one with no stake in his money, no old grudges, no reason to want him dead." She handed me the letter, and I recognized Ray's handwriting immediately. The same cramped letters from all those birthday cards, but shakier now, weaker. The letter explained everything. Ray knew he was dying, he knew someone in the family was responsible, and he wanted me to find out who, because I was the only one who had stayed away long enough to see clearly. "You are my witness, Elliot," the letter said. "You are the one who can look at this family without all the history clouding your eyes. Find the truth. Make them answer for what they did to me." My hands trembled as I read those words, and I understood finally why my mother's voice had sounded so strange on the phone. She had known. They had all known that Ray was setting a trap, and I was the bait. The confrontation that followed lasted until almost midnight, and by the end of it, the truth had come out in pieces, ugly, jagged pieces that cut everyone they touched. It was Aunt Francine. Not acting alone, but with help from my mother, the two of them working together despite decades of hatred because they shared one thing in common: desperation. Francine had embezzled nearly $200,000 from my grandfather's estate after he died, money that Ray had discovered and threatened to expose. My mother had been helping her hide it, taking a cut in exchange for her silence, using it to pay off debts she had never told anyone about. When Ray started asking questions, started pulling bank records and making phone calls, they panicked. The digoxin was Francine's idea. She had a prescription for her own heart condition, and she knew how to make it look natural. My mother provided the access, visiting Ray every week, bringing groceries, replacing his whiskey bottles with the poisoned ones Francine prepared. They thought no one would ever know. They thought Ray would just slip away quietly like an old man dying of a weak heart. But Ray had been smarter than them, more careful, and even from beyond the grave he had found a way to make them face what they had done. Gail had called the police before any of us arrived. That was the final piece of Ray's plan. She had contacted the state police that morning, given them copies of all the evidence, and told them exactly when and where to find us. The chains on the doors, the nails in the windows, those had been her doing too, installed while we were all distracted with dinner, a way to make sure nobody could run before the truth came out. The officers arrived around 1 in the morning, their cars cutting through the snow with lights flashing blue and red against the white drifts. I watched from the living room window as they cut through the chains, as they came inside, and read my mother and Aunt Francine their rights. My mother did not look at me as they led her out. She kept her eyes fixed straight ahead, her face empty, like something inside her had finally broken. Francine was crying, ugly heaving sobs that shook her whole body, but I could not find any sympathy for her. I kept thinking about Uncle Ray, about those birthday cards he sent every year even when I never called him back, about how he died slowly over weeks knowing that the people killing him were the same people who were supposed to love him. He deserved better than this family. He deserved so much better. I drove back to Boston 2 days later after giving my statement to the police and watching the house get sealed as a crime scene. Wade and I shared a meal at a diner off the highway before I left, neither of us saying much, both of us trying to process what our family had become. Uncle Teddy checked himself into a facility for his drinking. The shock of everything had finally pushed him to admit he needed help. Gail disappeared after the arrests, and I never found out what happened to her or what her relationship with Ray had really been. Maybe she loved him. Maybe she was just someone he hired to execute his final plan. I do not know, and at this point, I am not sure it matters. My mother is serving 12 years for conspiracy to commit murder. Aunt Francine got 15. I have not visited either of them, and I do not think I ever will. Sometimes I take out that letter Ray wrote me, the one asking me to be his witness, and I read it again just to remind myself that someone in my family once thought I was worth trusting. That Christmas was 7 years ago now, and I still cannot hear carols on the radio without feeling sick to my stomach. But I found the truth, just like Ray asked me to. I gave him that much at least. I gave him justice, even if I lost everything else in the process. My cubicle on the 5th floor looked like every other desk in our Philadelphia marketing firm that December. Cheap tinsel taped to the partition walls, a sad little fake tree someone bought at the dollar store, candy canes nobody wanted sitting in a bowl. I had just turned 26 a month before, still getting used to being a real adult, with a steady job and a one-bedroom apartment in Fishtown that I shared with my cat Gus, this judgmental gray tabby, who stared at me like I disappointed him daily. My routine was painfully predictable in the best way. Catch the train downtown, spend 8 hours editing promotional copy, train home, feed Gus, scroll through Netflix until I passed out. I barely existed online, maybe an Instagram story once a week, a random tweet here and there complaining about SEPTA delays. I liked being anonymous, just another face in a city of millions where nobody really pays attention to anyone. That comfortable invisibility was something I treasured without realizing it. I had no reason to think anyone noticed me at all, let alone tracked my movements, memorized my habits, studied me like I was something to be figured out. The first package arrived on my desk December 18, 2023, and it shattered every assumption I had about being invisible. It was waiting for me after lunch, sitting right next to my keyboard like someone had placed it there with care. Emerald green wrapping paper, a gold satin ribbon tied in a perfect bow, the kind of gift presentation that takes effort, that someone spends time on. A small tag attached read, "For Natalie," in neat handwriting, almost calligraphy. I asked Denise in the cubicle next to mine if she saw who dropped it off, but she had been in a meeting all morning. I figured it was a vendor gift, maybe someone being friendly before the holidays. The wrapping was too pretty to tear, so I slid my finger under the seams carefully and opened the box inside. A burgundy cashmere scarf, incredibly soft, clearly expensive. For about 3 seconds I thought it was a lovely gesture from someone. Then I recognized it. Not a similar scarf, that exact scarf. Same brand, same deep wine color, same delicate fringe pattern at the ends. I had worn one identical to it that very morning on my commute, pulled it off when I reached the warm office and stuffed it in my bag. I dug through my purse with slightly unsteady hands and pulled out my scarf, held them together. They matched perfectly. I sat there for a full minute trying to convince myself it was just a popular item, a coincidence, nothing to freak out about. I shoved both scarves in my desk drawer and went back to work. I wish I'd listened to that knot forming in my chest instead of ignoring it. The second package came 2 days later, December 20th. Same beautiful wrapping, same careful handwriting on the tag. This time I didn't open it at my desk. I took it to the break room where nobody was around and sat down at the corner table, my coffee going cold beside me. Inside the box was a bottle of perfume, Chloe Nomad, the exact one I had sampled at Sephora 3 weeks earlier on a random Saturday. I remembered that day clearly because I had posted an Instagram story about it. Just a quick clip of me spraying it on my wrist with a caption saying something stupid like, "Treat myself" or "Nah." I never bought it. Too expensive for my budget, and I deleted the story after 24 hours like they all do. But someone had seen it, Remembered it, gone out and purchased a full bottle just to give to me anonymously. My mind started racing through possibilities. A coworker who followed me online, maybe someone from college I forgot about, an old acquaintance being weird but harmless. I wanted so badly for there to be a normal explanation. I checked my Instagram followers, scrolled through the list of 200-something people, and nobody stood out as suspicious. Everyone looked familiar enough. Friends of friends, people from high school. A few random accounts I must have accepted without thinking. I went to building security that afternoon, feeling a little embarrassed, like I was overreacting. The guard at the front desk was this older guy named Vince who always said good morning to everyone. I showed him the gifts, explained the situation, and watched his face shift from concern to something closer to amusement. He said it sounded like a secret admirer, probably someone in the building who had a crush but was too shy to say anything directly. Told me it was actually kind of sweet if I thought about it. I wanted to argue, to explain that sweet would be leaving a card or asking me to coffee, not replicating my exact belongings and tracking my social media. But I felt stupid, like maybe I was being paranoid and dramatic. Vince said he would keep an eye out, check the visitor logs, see if anyone unfamiliar had been coming to our floor. He wrote down my name and extension in a little notebook and promised to call if he noticed anything. I thanked him and went back to my desk feeling worse than before. Not better. There is something uniquely isolating about being scared and having someone tell you there is nothing to be scared of. It makes you question your own instincts. Wonder if you are the crazy one. I spent the rest of that day looking at every man in the office differently, studying their faces when they walked past my cubicle, searching for some sign that one of them was watching me back. December 22nd was the day everything changed from unsettling to terrifying. The third package was larger than the others, flat and rectangular like a picture frame. Same green paper, same gold ribbon, same elegant tag with my name. I took it to the bathroom this time, locked myself in a stall and opened it with trembling fingers. Inside was a piece of paper, the kind kids use in elementary school, thick and slightly textured. On it was a drawing done in crayon, clearly made by a child based on the wobbly lines and simple shapes. But what the drawing showed made me grab the stall wall to keep myself upright. It was a floor plan of my apartment. Not a rough guess, an accurate layout showing my front door, the living room, the kitchen to the left, the bathroom, my bedroom in the back. Whoever drew this knew where my couch sat, where my small dining table was positioned, even the window by my bed. Red arrows pointed to different spots with labels in adult handwriting, neat and precise. Front door, deadbolt only by the entrance. Fire escape, window unlocked, by my bedroom. Back entrance, too easy, near the small door in my kitchen that led to the building's shared hallway. I read those words over and over, my brain refusing to process what they meant. Someone had been inside my apartment. Someone had studied how to get in, and they had a child draw it for them like some kind of sick project. I called in sick the next day, December 23rd, and went straight to the police station near my apartment. The officer who took my report was a woman around my age named Colleen, and she at least seemed to take me seriously. I showed her the gifts, explained the timeline, handed over the drawing with the arrows and labels. She examined everything carefully, asked me questions about ex-boyfriends, anyone I had rejected recently, neighbors who acted strange. I had nothing useful to give her. My last relationship ended over a year ago and it was mutual, no drama. I barely knew my neighbors beyond polite nods in the hallway. Colleen said they would file a report and increase patrols around my block, but without a direct threat or a suspect, there was not much else they could do. She suggested I change my locks, maybe stay with a friend for a few days, keep my phone charged and nearby at all times. I asked her about the drawing, about the fact that someone had clearly been inside my home, and she said it could have been made from looking through windows or even studying the building's layout from public records. She was trying to be reassuring, but I could see something in her eyes that told me she was disturbed too. Before I left, she gave me her card and told me to call immediately if anything else happened. I appreciated her kindness, but walked out of that station feeling completely alone, like I was fighting something invisible that nobody else could see or touch. I spent the rest of December 23rd making my apartment as secure as I possibly could. Called a locksmith who charged me almost $300 to install new deadbolts on both doors and add a chain lock to the front entrance. I bought a cheap security camera online with same-day delivery and set it up in my living room facing the front door. Checked every single window, locked them all, even wedged wooden dowels in the tracks so they could not be forced open from outside. I pushed my heavy bookshelf in front of the kitchen door that led to the shared hallway, the one the drawing had labeled "Too Easy." Gus watched me move furniture around like I had lost my mind, meowing in confusion at the chaos. My mom called that evening to confirm Christmas plans and I lied. Told her I was feeling under the weather and might not make the drive to her place in Lancaster. I could not explain any of this to her without causing a panic, and part of me still hoped it would just stop, that whoever was doing this would get bored and move on. I barely slept that night. Every creak in the old building made me sit up in bed, heart pounding, staring at my bedroom door. I kept my phone on the pillow next to me with Colleen's number saved and 911 ready to dial. The hours crawled by like something heavy dragging itself across the floor. Christmas Eve morning came gray and cold, the sky outside my window threatening snow that the forecast had been predicting all week. I made coffee and sat on my couch with Gus curled up beside me, watching the security camera feed on my phone, even though I was sitting right there in the same room it was recording. Nothing had happened overnight. The new locks were untouched, the windows still sealed, the bookshelf still blocking the back door. For a few hours I let myself believe that maybe the locksmith and the police report had been enough, that whoever this was had realized I was taking it seriously and decided to back off. I even texted my mom saying I was feeling better and would try to come for dinner the next day. Around noon I took a shower, the first time I had relaxed in days, letting the hot water wash away some of the tension knotted in my shoulders and neck. I remember thinking that I was going to be okay, that the worst was probably over. I dried off, got dressed in comfortable clothes, and walked back into my living room ready to spend a quiet day watching holiday movies and pretending everything was normal. That is when I saw it. Sitting on my coffee table right next to the mug I had left there an hour before was a gift wrapped in emerald green paper with a gold ribbon tied in a perfect bow. I did not scream. I did not run. I just stood there in my hallway with wet hair dripping onto my shoulders, staring at that box like it might explode if I moved. My legs felt like they belonged to someone else as I walked slowly toward the coffee table, my eyes scanning the room for any sign of how this was possible. The front door was still locked, chain still in place. I checked the windows without touching them, all sealed, dowels still wedged in the tracks. The bookshelf was exactly where I had pushed it against the kitchen door. I grabbed my phone and pulled up the security camera footage, rewinding through the last hour with shaking fingers. Nothing. The camera showed my empty living room, Gus sleeping on the couch, no movement at all until I appeared on screen walking out of the bathroom. But the gift was there. It was right there on my table in a spot the camera should have captured perfectly, and the footage showed nothing being placed there. I watched it 3 times, 4 times, looking for a glitch, a skip, anything that would explain how a package materialized in my locked apartment without being recorded. The timestamp ran continuously with no gaps. I felt like I was losing my grip on reality, like the rules of how the world worked had suddenly stopped applying to my life. I should have called the police right then. I should have grabbed Gus and run out the door and never looked back. But there was something pulling me toward that box, some horrible need to know what was inside after everything I had been through. I sat down on the couch and pulled the gift onto my lap, my whole body vibrating with fear. The wrapping paper felt the same as all the others, smooth and expensive. I pulled the ribbon loose and tore through the paper without caring about being careful anymore. Inside was a white cardboard box, and inside that was tissue paper folded neatly around something solid. I peeled back the tissue and felt my entire chest seize up when I recognized what I was looking at. It was a knife from my own kitchen, the large chef's knife I used to chop vegetables, the one that should have been sitting in the block on my counter. I turned to look at my kitchen and saw the empty slot where the knife belonged. Whoever had been in my apartment took my own knife, wrapped it like a Christmas present, and left it for me to find. Tucked beneath the blade was a small card, the same creamy paper and elegant handwriting as all the tags before. I pulled it out and read the words printed there in perfect script. I chose the perfect gift. I just needed to test how close I could get. I called 911 and 2 officers arrived within 15 minutes. They searched my entire apartment, checked the roof access, questioned neighbors, examined every possible entry point. Nothing was forced, nothing was broken, no signs of tampering with the locks I had just paid to install. One of the officers, a guy named Danny who looked almost as unnerved as I felt, suggested that maybe someone had a key from before I changed the locks and made a copy. But I had watched the locksmith install completely new hardware, not just rekey the existing locks. The frames were untouched. The windows had not been opened. They took the knife and the note as evidence, dusted for fingerprints on the box and wrapping paper, and told me they would be in contact. Colleen showed up about an hour later, off duty but concerned after hearing the dispatch. She helped me pack a bag and drove me to my mom's house in Lancaster herself, not wanting me to take the train alone. I spent Christmas Day jumping at every sound, unable to eat, unable to explain to my confused mother why I looked like I had not slept in a week. I told her there had been a break-in and I was shaken up. She did not push for details and I was grateful for that. Gus sat on my lap the entire day, sensing something was wrong, refusing to leave my side. The investigation went nowhere. No fingerprints on anything except mine. No suspicious footage from nearby businesses or traffic cameras. No witnesses who saw anyone entering or leaving my building. The police interviewed everyone in my office, everyone in my apartment complex, even tracked down a few of my Instagram followers who lived in the Philadelphia area. Nothing. Whoever did this knew exactly how to avoid being seen, how to move through my life without leaving a trace. I never went back to that apartment. Had movers pack up my stuff while I stayed in Lancaster with my mom. Eventually found a new place across the city with a doorman and security cameras in every hallway. It has been almost a year now, and nothing else has happened. No gifts, no notes, no signs that anyone is watching me. But I still check my locks 4 times before bed. I still look at every stranger on the train wondering if they know things about me they should not. I never found out who it was, or why they chose me or what they were testing for. That last part haunts me the most, that word, testing. Like I was phase 1 of something bigger, like they were practicing before moving on to whatever comes next. Sometimes I wonder if they found someone else to watch, someone who does not know yet that their invisibility is just an illusion. And sometimes, late at night when I cannot sleep, I wonder if they ever really stopped watching me at all. My brother Craig and I had spent years promising each other we would fix what time and distance had broken. After graduating in 2009 and drifting apart through jobs, failed relationships, and the kind of silence that grows between siblings who forget how to talk, we finally made a real commitment. December 2024 was supposed to be our reset. Our parents were both gone. Dad from a stroke when I was still finishing school. Mom 4 years later from pneumonia that took her faster than any of us expected. And Craig was the only family I had left. I stood in my kitchen in Cedar Falls, Iowa that morning, sliding cinnamon rolls into the oven while my phone sat propped against the coffee maker, waiting for the text that would tell me he had left Minneapolis. He was supposed to arrive by noon. By 1, I assumed he had stopped for coffee somewhere. By 3, I figured traffic or a flat tire. By 6, when darkness had swallowed the Iowa plains and those cinnamon rolls sat cold and untouched, I knew in my gut that something had gone terribly wrong. Craig was not the type to vanish. Craig called if he was going to be 5 minutes late. That was just who he was. I dialed the police around 7:30, standing by my window and watching the snow fall in thick sheets across the empty street. The dispatcher who answered sounded like she had already handled dozens of similar calls that week. her voice flat and mechanical as she asked for his name, his age, his vehicle description. I gave her everything: Craig Weston, 41, driving a dark blue Subaru Outback with Minnesota plates, and waited for her to tell me what to do next. Instead, she explained that adults disappear during the holidays all the time, that people change their minds about family gatherings, that sometimes they just need a break. I wanted to scream at her that Craig did not need a break, that Craig had driven 4 hours specifically because he wanted to be here. But my voice came out steady and calm in a way that surprised me. She told me to wait 48 hours before filing an official report, standard procedure, and wished me a Merry Christmas before hanging up. I stood there in the dark, the phone still pressed to my ear, listening to the dial tone while the Christmas tree lights blinked their stupid cheerful colors against the wall. I did not sleep that night. I sat on the couch and called his number every 15 minutes until the battery on my phone dropped to single digits, and every single time it went to voicemail, his familiar voice asking me to leave a message. The package arrived on December 27th, 2 days after Christmas, dropped on my doorstep by a mail carrier, who had no idea what he was delivering. I almost did not notice it at first. A plain brown padded envelope with no return address, my name and address printed in neat block letters that looked like they had come from a standard office printer. I brought it inside and set it on the kitchen counter, assuming it was a late holiday gift from some distant relative or maybe something Craig had ordered for me before he disappeared. When I tore it open and tipped the contents onto the counter, my legs nearly gave out beneath me. His wallet landed first, the brown leather one I had given him 3 birthdays ago, worn soft at the edges from years in his back pocket. Then his watch, a silver Seiko with a scratched face that had belonged to our father. And finally, a single sheet of paper, a grainy black and white photograph printed on regular copy paper, showing what was unmistakably his Subaru pulled onto the shoulder of a dark highway, headlights still on, timestamp in the corner reading December 24th, 2024, 2:14 a.m. I called the police again, and this time they listened. 2 officers showed up at my house within the hour, a man and a woman who introduced themselves as Detective Ruiz and Detective Ames, and the way their faces changed when I showed them the contents of that envelope told me everything I needed to know. This was not a man who had decided to skip Christmas with his sister. This was something else entirely. Detective Ruiz, a stocky man with gray at his temples and deep lines around his mouth, asked me to walk him through everything again from the beginning while his partner photographed the wallet, the watch, the printed image. He asked if Craig had any enemies, any debts, any reason someone might want to hurt him. And I shook my head at every question because Craig was the most boring person I knew in the best possible way. He worked as an accountant, paid his taxes early, called our mom every Sunday until the day she died. He did not have enemies. He had a small apartment in Minneapolis, a cat named Oliver, and a standing reservation at the same Thai restaurant every Friday night. Detective Ames picked up the photograph with gloved fingers and studied it closely, her brow furrowing as she examined the timestamp. She asked me if I recognized the highway, and I told her I did not, but something in her expression made me think she did. 3 days later, Detective Ames called me at 6 in the morning and asked if I could come down to the station. Her voice had a different quality than before, tight and careful, like she was choosing every word deliberately. When I arrived, she led me to a small conference room where a corkboard had been set up against the wall, covered in photographs and maps and red string connecting points I did not yet understand. She sat me down and told me that the highway in the photograph was a rural stretch of Route 63, about 40 miles south of Rochester, Minnesota. A lonely corridor of farmland and forest that Craig would have taken as a shortcut to avoid holiday traffic on the interstate. Then she told me something that made the room feel like it was spinning. Over the past 5 years, 4 other people had disappeared along that same stretch of highway, all of them on Christmas Eve, all of them traveling alone. A sales representative from Duluth in 2018, a nursing student from Eau Claire in 2015, a retired teacher from Sioux Falls in 2016, a truck driver from Fargo in 2017. All of them had vanished without a trace, their vehicles found abandoned on the shoulder with signs of abrupt stops, keys still in the ignition, personal belongings left behind, no evidence of where they had gone or why they had pulled over in the first place. I sat there staring at that corkboard, at the faces of 4 strangers who had driven down the same road my brother had driven, on the same night my brother had driven it, and I felt something cold settle into my chest. Detective Ames explained that the cases had never been connected before because they crossed multiple jurisdictions, different counties, different states, different law enforcement agencies who had each treated them as isolated incidents. A man decides to walk away from his life on Christmas Eve, starts fresh somewhere new, happens more often than people think. But now, with the package that had arrived at my door, everything had changed. Whoever had taken Craig wanted me to know. Wanted someone to know. The photograph, the wallet, the watch. It was not a ransom demand or a taunt. It was a signature. Detective Ames looked at me with an expression I will never forget, a mixture of professional detachment and something that looked almost like fear. And she told me that they had contacted the FBI. This was no longer a missing persons case. This was a serial abduction investigation, and my brother was the 5th known victim of someone who had been hunting along that highway for half a decade, selecting people who were alone and vulnerable on the one night of the year when nobody would notice them missing until it was far too late. They found Craig's Subaru on January 2nd, hidden in a cluster of trees about 200 yards off the highway, down a dirt access road that led to an abandoned grain elevator. I was not there when they discovered it, but Detective Ames called me within the hour, and I could hear the strain in her voice as she described what they had found. The driver's side door was hanging open, the interior light long dead from draining the battery. There were deep gouges in the dashboard where something or someone had scratched at the plastic with enough force to leave marks. The driver's seat was pushed all the way back, as if Craig had been trying to create distance between himself and something in front of him. And on the passenger seat, placed almost carefully, was his cell phone, the screen shattered into a spiderweb of cracks but still intact. When the forensic team powered it on, they found that the last thing Craig had done before whatever happened to him was open his camera app. He had taken a photograph at 2:16 a.m. on Christmas Eve, 2 minutes after the highway camera had captured his car on the shoulder. The image was blurry, shot in darkness with the flash on, but you could make out a shape standing at the edge of the headlight beam. A figure in dark clothing, tall and thin, one arm raised as if waving him down. The FBI released that photograph to the media 3 days later, and within 48 hours, my brother's disappearance was national news. I remember sitting in my living room watching a CNN anchor describe the Christmas Eve highway abductions. That was what they were calling it now, a name that would be printed on magazine covers and documentary thumbnails for years to come, while a picture of Craig smiled out from the corner of the screen. They showed the blurry figure from his phone, enhanced and analyzed by experts who all agreed it appeared to be a male, approximately 6 feet tall, wearing what looked like a heavy coat and some kind of hat or hood. Tip lines were flooded with calls. Amateur detectives on Reddit began mapping the previous disappearances, drawing circles and calculating distances, theorizing about hunting grounds and cooling-off periods. My phone rang constantly. Reporters wanting interviews, true crime podcasters asking for exclusive access, distant relatives I had not spoken to in years suddenly desperate to reconnect. I stopped answering. I unplugged my landline and let my cell go to voicemail, and sat in the dark with the curtains drawn, watching the news cycle chew through my brother's life like it was content, like it was entertainment, like Craig was not a real person who had driven down a dark road to spend Christmas with his sister and never arrived. The break in the case came on January 15th, and it came from the most unexpected place. A woman named Beverly Tate, 67 years old, lived in a farmhouse about 3 miles from where they had found Craig's Subaru. She had been watching the news coverage like everyone else, and something about the blurry photograph from Craig's phone had nagged at her for days until she finally realized why it looked familiar. She called the FBI tip line and told them that she had seen that same figure on multiple occasions over the years. Always in December, always late at night, walking along the shoulder of Route 63 with a gas can in his hand. She had assumed he was a stranded motorist, had even thought about stopping to help once or twice. But something about the way he moved had always made her decide against it. He walked too slowly, she said, like he was waiting for something, like he wanted to be seen. The FBI showed her a series of photographs, and she identified a man named Roy Clement Sutter, 54, a former long-haul trucker who had lost his commercial license in 2012 after a string of traffic violations and had been living off disability checks in a rented cabin about 12 miles from the stretch of highway where all 5 victims had disappeared. When they raided Roy Sutter's cabin on January 17th, they found a nightmare. I was not supposed to know the details. Detective Ames had tried to shield me from the worst of it, but information leaks when a case gets this big. And I eventually learned what they had discovered in that small wooden structure at the end of a dirt road surrounded by nothing but frozen fields and silence. He had kept trophies, wallets, watches, jewelry, photographs, driver's licenses, one item from each of his victims, stored in labeled boxes on a shelf in his bedroom like a collection. Craig's wedding ring was there, the gold band he had kept wearing even after his divorce 3 years ago, because he said it reminded him that he had been loved once. They found journals too, decades of handwritten entries detailing what Roy Sutter called his Christmas tradition, his annual gift to himself. He had been doing this longer than anyone had realized. The 5 victims they knew about were only the ones from the past decade. There were references to others, names and dates stretching back to the late 90s, people who had vanished on Christmas Eve along rural highways across 3 states and whose disappearances had never been connected to anything at all. Roy Sutter killed himself before they could arrest him. The FBI had surrounded his cabin. Negotiators were on bullhorns asking him to come out peacefully, and he put a shotgun under his chin and pulled the trigger while they were still reading him his rights through a megaphone. I found out from a breaking news alert on my phone, sitting alone in my kitchen at 2 in the morning, because sleep had become something that happened to other people. I did not feel relief. I did not feel closure. I felt a rage so deep and so complete that I could not move for almost an hour. Just sat there with my phone in my lap while the screen dimmed and went dark. He had taken the easy way out. He had escaped the trial, the testimony, the lifetime in a cell where he would have had to face what he had done every single day. And worse than that, he had taken the answers with him. His journals referenced locations, burial sites, places where he had left his victims after he was finished with them, but the entries were written in a kind of personal shorthand that investigators were still trying to decode. They found the remains of 2 people in a root cellar beneath his cabin. Neither of them was Craig. The others, including my brother, were still out there somewhere in the frozen Minnesota countryside, hidden in places only Roy Sutter had known. They recovered Craig's body in March, after the snow melted, and a farmer noticed disturbed earth at the edge of his property line about 8 miles from Sutter's cabin. I identified him by the scar on his left forearm, the one he had gotten when we were kids, and he had fallen through a glass coffee table trying to catch me during a game of tag. The medical examiner said he had died from blunt force trauma to the head, probably within hours of his abduction, which meant he had not suffered long. I do not know if that is supposed to make me feel better. I buried him next to our parents in the cemetery outside Cedar Falls, on a gray afternoon in early April when the trees were just starting to bud, and the world was moving on like it always does. The case is still technically open. They have identified 11 victims in total now, spanning almost 3 decades, and there may be more they will never find. I get calls sometimes from journalists working on retrospectives, from documentary filmmakers who want to interview the sister of victim number 5, from true crime writers who think my grief would make a compelling chapter in their books. I say no to all of them. Craig was not a chapter. Craig was my brother, the only family I had left, and he died alone on a frozen highway on Christmas Eve because he wanted to spend the holiday with me. I think about that every single day. I think about him pulling over because he saw what looked like a stranded motorist with a gas can, because that is exactly the kind of person Craig was, the kind who stopped to help. And I think about Roy Sutter standing there in the dark, waiting, knowing that someone like my brother would come along eventually. Someone kind, someone alone, someone who would not be missed until it was already too late. Cedar Falls is one of those tiny towns you drive through without really noticing. The kind of place with a single traffic light and a diner that probably hasn't changed its menu since the 80s. My coworker had been telling me for weeks about their annual holiday festival, how they shut down the main street and transform it into this winter wonderland with wooden stalls, carolers, and enough hot cocoa to drown in. My boyfriend was visiting his parents that weekend, and I had nothing planned, so I figured why not. It was early December, a Saturday, and the drive from my apartment took about 40 minutes through these winding country roads lined with bare trees and old farmhouses. I graduated the same year the economy crashed, spent years bouncing between jobs, and had only recently started feeling like my life was finally on track. A solo trip to a small-town festival felt like exactly the kind of simple, peaceful day I deserved. I parked 2 blocks from the main square because every spot closer was taken, and as soon as I stepped out of my car, I could hear holiday music echoing from speakers mounted on the lampposts. The first couple of hours were exactly what I needed. I walked through the stalls, bought a handmade ornament for my mom, and got myself one of those giant soft pretzels with cheese dip. There were families everywhere, kids running around, couples holding hands, elderly people sitting on benches watching the carolers perform near the gazebo. One thing I noticed pretty quickly was the number of Santas walking around. Not just one Santa sitting in a chair for photos, but maybe 6 or 7 of them spread throughout the festival, all wearing slightly different versions of the red suit. Some had real beards, some had obviously fake ones, and they were all carrying candy canes in little baskets, handing them out to kids and posing for pictures. I thought it was a cute idea at first, this whole army of Santas making the rounds. I even took a photo of 2 of them standing together near the hot chocolate stand and sent it to my boyfriend with a laughing emoji. I had no idea that one of those men in red suits would turn the rest of my day into something I still have nightmares about. It happened around 3 in the afternoon. I was standing near a stall that sold these beautiful hand-carved wooden angels, trying to decide if I should get one for my sister, when I felt someone step up right behind me. Too close. That kind of closeness that makes you immediately aware of your own body and the space around it. I turned and found myself face to face with one of the Santas. He was tall, probably 6'2" or 3, and his suit was a darker shade of red than the others, more like maroon. His beard looked real, gray and wiry, and he had these pale blue eyes that were staring directly at me without blinking. He was holding out a candy cane wrapped in cellophane, and he said something like, "A special treat from the North Pole, just for you." His voice was low, almost a whisper, which was weird because the other Santas I had seen were all doing this booming, jolly voice thing. I smiled politely and said, "No thank you," that I was good. He did not move. He just stood there, holding the candy cane about 6 inches from my face. I tried to step around him, but he shifted his body to block me. Not aggressively, not in a way that anyone watching would have noticed, but enough that I had to stop. He said I should take it, that he had picked it out especially for me. I remember looking around to see if anyone else was seeing this, but everyone was busy with their own shopping, their own conversations. A family walked right past us, and the dad even nodded at the Santa like he was part of the entertainment. I told him again, more firmly this time, that I did not want the candy cane. Something changed in his face then, just for a second. The smile stayed, but his eyes went flat, like a switch had been flipped. He leaned in closer and said, "You will regret not taking it." Then he straightened up, let out this loud theatrical laugh, and walked away into the crowd. My heart was pounding. I stood there for probably a full minute trying to convince myself that I had overreacted, that he was just some weird guy who took his Santa role too seriously. I decided to shake it off and keep enjoying the festival. I bought a cup of mulled cider and walked toward the gazebo where a group of teenagers were singing Silent Night in surprisingly good harmony. The sun was starting to get lower, and the temperature had dropped a few degrees, so I zipped my jacket all the way up and wrapped my scarf tighter around my neck. For about 20 minutes, I managed to forget about the Santa. I watched the carolers, clapped along with everyone else, and even chatted with an older woman next to me about how talented the kids were. Then I saw him again. He was standing on the opposite side of the gazebo, maybe 30 feet away, and he was looking directly at me. Not at the singers, not at the crowd, at me. He was completely still, both hands resting on the handle of a large red sack that sat on the ground next to him. When our eyes met, he raised one hand slowly and waved. Not a friendly wave, a slow, deliberate gesture, like he was making sure I knew he had found me again. I moved. I did not wave back, did not smile, just turned and walked as fast as I could without running toward the other end of the festival. My mind was racing, trying to figure out if I was being paranoid or if this guy was actually following me. There were hundreds of people here. Maybe it was a coincidence. Maybe he was just stationed near the gazebo and happened to notice me. I stopped at a stall selling candles and pretended to look at the merchandise while checking behind me. He was not there. I let out a breath I did not realize I had been holding. A woman behind the counter asked if I needed help, and I said no, just browsing, my voice coming out shakier than I intended. I bought a vanilla candle I did not want just to have an excuse to stand there longer and scan the crowd. No maroon suit, no pale blue eyes. I checked my phone and saw it was almost 5. The festival was supposed to go until 8, but I decided I had seen enough. I was going to head back to my car and go home. The walk to my car should have taken 5 minutes. The streets leading away from the main square were much quieter, with fewer lights and almost no people. Most of the visitors were still clustered around the stalls in the gazebo, enjoying the last few hours of daylight. I passed a closed hardware store, a small church with a nativity scene on the lawn, and a row of houses with their porch lights on. My car was parked on a side street called Birch Lane, underneath a big oak tree that had lost all its leaves. I could see it from the corner, my silver Corolla sitting there waiting for me. I was maybe 50 feet away when I heard footsteps behind me. Heavy footsteps, boots on pavement. I did not turn around at first. I told myself it was just someone else leaving the festival, heading to their own car. But the footsteps matched my pace exactly. When I slowed down, they slowed down. When I sped up, they sped up. My chest got tight, and I felt this cold wave wash through my whole body. I turned around. He was about 20 feet behind me, walking steadily in my direction. The maroon Santa suit looked darker in the fading light, almost brown. His white beard caught the glow from a nearby porch light. He was not smiling anymore. His face was completely blank, expressionless, and he was dragging that red sack behind him with one hand. The sack was heavy. I could tell by the way it scraped against the asphalt, by the way his arm was tensed from the weight. He stopped when I stopped. We just stood there, looking at each other in the middle of that empty street. Then he spoke. His voice was calm, almost pleasant, like he was commenting on the weather. He said, "You forgot your treat." I did not respond. I could not. My legs felt like they were filled with concrete. He took another step forward, and that broke whatever spell was holding me in place. I spun around and ran the last 30 feet to my car, fumbling with my keys the whole way, nearly dropping them twice before I managed to unlock the door and throw myself inside. I slammed the door and hit the lock button so hard I thought I might break it. My fingers were trembling as I tried to get the key into the ignition. Through the windshield, I watched him approach. He was not running. He did not need to. He knew I was trapped in that car on that empty street with no one around to help. He walked right up to the driver's side window and stood there looking down at me. Up close, I could see details I had missed before. His eyebrows were thick and unkempt. There was a small scar running through his upper lip. His eyes had this emptiness to them. like he was looking at an object instead of a person. He lifted the red sack with both hands and held it up so I could see it clearly. Then he swung it against my window. The impact made this deep, heavy thud that shook the whole door. Not the sound of fabric and candy canes, the sound of metal. Something solid and heavy was inside that sack. He swung again, and this time I saw a dent form in the door panel. I screamed. I finally got the key in the ignition and turned it, but my hand slipped off the steering wheel when he hit the window a third time. The glass did not break, but I could see a small crack forming in the corner. He was methodical about it, swinging the sack in a steady rhythm, each impact harder than the last. I threw the car into reverse and slammed my foot on the gas without even looking behind me. The tires screeched, and I nearly hit a mailbox on the other side of the street. He stumbled back when the car lurched away from him, and for just a second I saw surprise on his face, like he had not expected me to actually get away. I shifted into drive and floored it, watching him shrink in my rearview mirror. He did not chase me. He just stood there in the middle of Birch Lane, holding that sack at his side, watching my car disappear around the corner. I drove straight to the police station without stopping, running 2 stop signs and probably a red light on the way. I was crying so hard I could barely see the road. When I got there, I practically fell out of my car and ran inside, trying to explain what had happened between sobs. The officer at the front desk looked at me like I had lost my mind. "A Santa tried to attack you with a bag of candy canes," she repeated back to me. I could hear how crazy it sounded. But then another officer, an older guy with gray hair and a tired face, came out from the back. He had been listening. He asked me to describe the man again. His height, his suit color, anything I could remember about his face. I told him everything. The maroon suit, the real beard, the pale blue eyes, the scar on his lip. When I mentioned the scar, the older officer exchanged a look with his colleague that made my stomach turn. He told me to sit down and wait, that they needed to check something. I sat in that plastic chair for almost an hour, wrapped in a blanket someone had given me, sipping water from a paper cup. Officers kept walking past, talking in low voices, making phone calls. Finally, the older officer came back and sat down across from me. He told me that I was the 4th woman to report an incident involving a man dressed as Santa at the Cedar Falls Festival that day. The 4th. One woman said a Santa had grabbed her arm near the parking lot and tried to pull her toward a van before her husband intervened. Another said a Santa had followed her into a portable restroom area and blocked the exit until she screamed for help. A teenage girl reported that a Santa had offered her a ride home and became aggressive when she refused. They never caught him. That is the part that still keeps me awake at night. The festival had no official registration system for the volunteer Santas. Anyone could show up in a suit, grab a basket of candy canes from the welcome table, and blend right in. The police checked the area where I had parked, but he was long gone by then. They found scuff marks on the asphalt from my tires and a deep scratch on the driver's side door of my Corolla, but no fingerprints, no witnesses, nothing useful. The older officer told me they suspected the man had been using festivals like this one for years, moving from town to town during the holiday season, using the costume and the chaos as cover to select and approach women. He said they had similar reports from 2 other counties going back several years, but never enough evidence to identify a suspect. I moved away from that area a few months later, not because of the incident specifically, but it did not help. Every December now, when I see a Santa at the mall or ringing a bell outside a store, I look at his eyes first. I look for that emptiness. I look for that scar. I never found out who he was or what was really in that sack, but I know what he was planning. I know I was lucky. And I know that somewhere out there, he is probably still doing this, still walking through crowded festivals in that maroon suit, still picking out women who are alone, still asking them if they want a treat from the North Pole. Christmas Eve of 2017 was supposed to be my fresh start. After my divorce got finalized in September, I signed a lease on a one-bedroom unit in a quiet building on Crescent Avenue, one of those old brick complexes from the 60s with thick walls and radiator heating. My daughter Zoe had just turned 7 that fall, and she was spending the holiday with her mom and grandparents in Ohio, so I figured I would ride out the night alone with some takeout and a movie marathon. The building had 12 units spread across 3 floors, and most of my neighbors were older folks who traveled south for winter, or young professionals who went home to their families. By December 23rd, the parking lot was nearly empty. I remember thinking how peaceful it felt, how the silence would help me reset and maybe even enjoy my own company for once. My buddies from college kept texting me to come over, but at 34, freshly divorced, I needed to prove to myself I could handle being alone. I spent most of that day unpacking the last few boxes I had been avoiding since the move. Kitchen stuff mostly, things my ex-wife let me keep because she never liked them anyway. Around 6 in the evening, I ordered Chinese food from the only place still delivering and settled into my couch with beef lo mein and a Bruce Willis movie. The radiator clanked and hissed in that comforting way old buildings do, and outside my window, a light snow started falling over the parking lot. I had one lamp on in the living room, the TV casting blue shadows across the walls, and for the first time in months I felt something close to okay. The food was mediocre, the movie was predictable, but I was warm and safe in my own space, building a life that belonged only to me. That small comfort would not last much longer. The first time I heard the doorknob rattle, it was around 9:30. I muted the TV and listened, figuring one of my neighbors had stumbled to the wrong floor after some holiday drinking. The building had no elevator, just a central stairwell, and the layout on each floor was identical, so it happened sometimes. I heard the knob turn left, then right, then a pause. Footsteps moved away, soft on the carpeted hallway, and I shrugged it off and went back to my movie. 20 minutes later, it happened again. Same pattern, left turn, right turn, silence. This time I got up and walked to the door, pressing my ear against the cold metal. Nothing. I figured whoever it was had realized their mistake and gone home. I grabbed a beer from the fridge and told myself I was being paranoid, that the divorce had made me jumpy, that spending Christmas alone was messing with my head. The building was safe, the neighborhood was safe, and drunk people make mistakes. By 11, the doorknob had rattled 4 more times. The intervals were getting shorter, maybe 15 minutes apart, and the pattern never changed. Left turn, right turn, pause, footsteps fading. I started keeping the TV on mute, sitting in the dark with just the glow of the screen, waiting for the next attempt. Something about the repetition bothered me in a way I could not explain. A drunk person would knock, would call out, would realize the mistake and feel embarrassed. This was methodical, patient, like someone testing a lock they intended to open. Around 11:15, I finally worked up the nerve to look through the peephole. The hallway was lit by a single fluorescent tube that buzzed and flickered at the far end, casting everything in a sickly yellow tint. Standing directly in front of my door, maybe 2 feet away, was a man I had never seen before. He was not moving, not knocking, not doing anything. Just standing there, facing my door, head tilted slightly like he was listening for something on the other side. I stepped back from the peephole so fast I nearly tripped over my own feet. My heart was pounding in my ears and I had to press my palm against the wall to steady myself. The man looked to be in his 40s, with a gaunt face and deep-set eyes that seemed to absorb the hallway light rather than reflect it. He wore a dark green jacket, the kind you see at army surplus stores, and his hair was cropped short and uneven like he had cut it himself. What disturbed me most was his posture. There was no impatience in it, no frustration, no indication that he was lost or confused. He stood the way someone stands when they are waiting for a bus they know will come, relaxed and certain. I watched him through the peephole for what felt like 5 minutes, and he did not shift his weight, did not check his phone, did not glance down the hallway. He simply existed there, perfectly still, breathing in shallow little clouds that fogged the air in front of his face. I moved away from the door as quietly as I could and grabbed my phone from the coffee table. My first instinct was to call the building super, but I knew Victor had gone to visit his sister in Pennsylvania for the week. The security guard, an older guy named Douglas who usually sat at the front desk from 6 to midnight, was off for Christmas Eve. I remembered him mentioning it when I picked up a package earlier that week, joking about how nobody causes trouble on the holidays. I scrolled to 911 and hesitated, wondering if I was overreacting. The man had not threatened me, had not broken anything, had not even spoken. But I kept thinking about the doorknob, those patient little turns 6 times now, and the way he stood there like he had nowhere else to be. I pressed call. The dispatcher picked up after 3 rings, a tired woman who sounded like she had been answering calls all night. I explained the situation in a whisper, feeling ridiculous, expecting her to tell me to calm down. Instead, she took my address and asked if I had a way to barricade my door. That question told me everything I needed to know about how seriously she was taking this. She told me a patrol unit would be dispatched, but due to the volume of calls on Christmas Eve, the nearest available officer was handling an incident across town. The estimated response time was over an hour, possibly longer. She advised me to stay away from the door, keep my phone charged, and call back immediately if the situation escalated. I thanked her and hung up, then stood in the middle of my living room feeling completely helpless. An hour. 60 minutes of waiting in the dark, knowing that man was standing right outside my door. I dragged my couch across the floor as quietly as I could and wedged it against the front entrance, then stacked 2 kitchen chairs on top for good measure. It looked absurd, like something a child would build to keep out monsters, but it made me feel slightly better. I turned off every light in the apartment except for the bathroom, which had no windows, and sat on the floor with my back against the bathtub. From there, I could hear the front door clearly, and I would have time to react if something happened. For about 20 minutes, there was nothing. No footsteps, no rattling, no sound at all except the radiator and my own breathing. I started to wonder if he had left, if maybe the whole thing had been some bizarre misunderstanding after all. Then I heard it, a soft tapping on glass coming from the bedroom. My apartment was on the 2nd floor, and the bedroom window faced the back of the building where a rusted fire escape zigzagged down to the alley. I had never used it, never even opened that window since I moved in, but I knew it was there. The tapping came again, 3 light knocks spaced evenly apart, almost polite. I crawled out of the bathroom on my hands and knees, staying below the window line, and made my way to the bedroom doorway. The blinds were down but not fully closed, and through the gaps I could see a shadow moving on the fire escape. He had found another way. He was testing the window the same way he had tested the door, methodical and patient, looking for any weakness he could exploit. I called 911 again, my voice cracking as I explained that the man had moved to my fire escape. The same dispatcher answered, and I could hear the concern in her tone even through the professional calm. She told me the unit was still en route, maybe 45 minutes out now, and asked if I had anything to defend myself with. I thought about my kitchen, about the drawer with the cheap knives I had bought at a discount store, and realized I had left them on the other side of the apartment, past the bedroom window where the shadow kept moving. She stayed on the line with me, talking in a low, steady voice, asking me questions about the building layout, about other exits, about neighbors I could reach. I told her the truth, that the building was empty, that I was alone, that there was no one coming to help me. The tapping stopped. For a moment I thought maybe he had given up, but then I heard his footsteps on the metal grating of the fire escape, moving slowly toward the living room side of the building. He was circling, checking every possible entry point, and my apartment had 4 windows total. The living room window was larger than the bedroom one, a wide double-pane unit that looked out over the parking lot. I had never thought about it as a vulnerability before, just as a source of light and a decent view. Now I stared at it from across the room, watching the snow fall in the orange glow of the street lamp, waiting for his face to appear. The dispatcher was still talking, but I had stopped responding. Every nerve in my body focused on that rectangle of glass. When the tapping came, it was louder than before, more confident. 3 knocks, then a pause, then 3 more. I saw his silhouette rise into view from below, and I realized he had climbed from the fire escape onto the narrow ledge that ran along the building's exterior. He pressed his face close to the glass, cupping his hands around his eyes to peer inside, and even though I was sitting in complete darkness, I knew he could not see me, but I could see him. His breath fogged the window in slow rhythmic pulses, and his eyes moved back and forth across the room, scanning for any sign of movement. He looked calm, almost bored, like this was something he had done many times before. I do not know what made me do it, but I stood up. Maybe it was the fear turning into something else. Maybe it was the realization that hiding was not going to save me. Or maybe I just wanted him to know I was there, that I was watching him too. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight, pointing it directly at the window, directly at his face. For one horrible second, we made eye contact through the glass. His expression did not change, no surprise, no anger, nothing. He just looked at me the way you look at a locked door, an obstacle to be solved. Then he smiled, a small, quick movement of his lips, and raised one finger to point at the latch on the window. It was the old kind, a simple crescent lock that flipped up and down, and I had never checked if it was secure. I lunged across the room and slammed my palm against the latch, just as he pressed his weight against the frame. The window shuddered but held. He tried again, harder this time, and I heard the wood groan in protest. The dispatcher was shouting in my ear, asking what was happening, and I could not find the words to answer her. I just held the latch with both hands and pushed back against every attempt he made, feeling the vibrations travel up my arms each time he threw himself against the glass. Then, headlights. A car turned into the parking lot below, its high beams sweeping across the side of the building. The man stopped pushing and looked down, his face briefly illuminated in the white glare. I heard a car door open, then a voice, someone calling out in Spanish to a child in the back seat. One of my neighbors, coming home late from a family gathering, completely unaware of what was happening 2 floors above. The man on the ledge looked at me one more time, that same empty, evaluating stare, and then he was gone. He dropped down to the fire escape and descended so quickly and quietly that by the time I ran to the bedroom window, all I could see were footprints in the fresh snow leading toward the back alley. The police arrived 37 minutes later. They searched the building, the alley, the surrounding blocks, and found nothing. No fingerprints on the windows, no identification, no witnesses except for me. The officer who took my statement said it sounded like a professional, someone who targeted empty buildings during holidays, looking for easy entry points. He asked if anything had been stolen, and I almost laughed. The man never got inside. He never took anything from my apartment. But standing there in my living room at 2 in the morning on Christmas Day, surrounded by the furniture I had shoved against the door, I understood that he had taken something after all. I moved out 3 weeks later and never spent another night in that building. Sometimes I still think about him, about that patient smile, about how close he came, and I wonder how many other doors he has tried since then, and how many of them eventually opened. I hadn't seen most of my family in over 10 years. My name is Laura, and I'd been keeping my distance for a reason. My childhood memories are a mix of love and dread, mostly revolving around my younger cousin Zachary. He was the closest thing I had to a sibling growing up. When my parents passed away, I cut ties with my relatives. It was easier that way. But last December, I got an invitation to the family Christmas reunion. It felt like a strange sort of pull, like I had to go or something would always be unfinished. When I arrived at my aunt's house, it was like stepping into a time capsule. The house smelled of cinnamon and pine, the lights twinkling on the tree, the old couch where my aunt always sat. But something was off. Everyone was polite, way too polite. My cousins, who I used to fight and laugh with, exchanged stiff pleasantries. Conversations felt forced, the kind of forced politeness that makes your skin crawl. But what struck me the most was the absence of Zachary. I hadn't seen him for years, and I remembered him so clearly, his messy hair, his constant jokes. Yet no one mentioned him. It was like he never existed. Around dinner, I quietly asked my cousin Hannah about Zachary, hoping for a simple answer. She froze for a second before saying he was busy with work, that he couldn't make it. But the hesitation in her voice, it didn't sit right. I tried asking the others, each time getting a different explanation. Uncle Bob claimed he was out of town. Aunt Marie said he was sick, but she didn't elaborate. And when I asked my older cousin Mark, he looked away, mumbling something about him getting his life together. The more they spoke, the more I felt like I was losing my grip on the truth. After midnight, I was sitting alone, staring at the flickering fireplace, when I heard voices coming from the kitchen. It was hushed at first, but the more I listened, the clearer it became. My aunt and uncle were arguing with Mark. It was about Zachary. They talked about last Christmas, about an argument that had escalated too far. That was when I learned that Zachary had gone missing that night, during a fight that turned physical. They buried it. The family buried it to protect someone. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. The truth was so twisted, so terrifying. As I stepped closer, I heard them realize I had overheard. The room fell silent. My aunt's voice, sharp and low, was the first to break the stillness. She demanded that I join the pact. At first, I didn't understand what that meant, but when she repeated it, her voice grew colder. No one was allowed to leave until I agreed to stay silent. I had to promise, forever, that I wouldn't speak of Zachary, of what happened. It was as if they were trying to trap me, to silence me for good. The threat in their eyes was unmistakable. They weren't asking me to keep quiet. They were warning me that if I didn't, I might never leave the house alive. The room felt smaller once they closed in around me, chairs scraping softly against the floor, as if no one wanted to make a sound loud enough to shatter whatever fragile agreement held them together. My aunt spoke calmly, almost gently, explaining how families survive by protecting themselves, how mistakes get buried for the greater good. She said Zachary had been unpredictable that night, that words were exchanged, that someone lost control. Each sentence sounded rehearsed, like they'd all practiced this explanation together. I noticed how carefully they avoided naming who actually touched him. My chest tightened as I realized every pause, every shared glance, was part of the same unspoken script. They weren't grieving him. They were guarding something, and now I was standing in the middle of it. I tried to say I needed air, that the night had gotten too heavy, but my uncle quietly turned the lock on the back door. No one raised their voice. That was the part that scared me the most. My cousin Mark stood near the hallway, blocking the path to the bedrooms, his jaw clenched so tight it looked painful. Someone poured more wine into my glass without asking, the red liquid sloshing over the rim. They kept talking about tradition, about loyalty, about how silence had already saved them once. Every word felt like pressure building behind my eyes. It was clear they believed this wasn't cruelty. It was maintenance. As the clock crept deeper into the night, they began explaining the rules of this so-called pact. Nothing written down, nothing spoken outside the house, no sudden confessions born from guilt or anger. They reminded me that people disappear when stories get told the wrong way. One of them mentioned how easily accidents happen during winter, how isolated the house can feel when roads are empty and phones lose signal. I realized they weren't bluffing to scare me into compliance. They were offering me a place inside the lie, a seat at the table of denial. My mind kept circling back to Zachary's laugh, the way he used to drum his fingers on every surface. That sound felt impossibly far away now. Eventually, exhaustion set in, thick and disorienting, and they took that moment to push for an answer. My aunt reached for my hand, her grip firm despite her soft tone, asking me to promise I'd let the past stay buried. I nodded slowly, because arguing felt pointless and dangerous. The relief that washed over them was immediate and unsettling, like a storm passing too quickly. They unlocked the doors, poured themselves fresh drinks, and acted as if nothing unusual had happened. Inside, something broke quietly. I understood then that surviving the night meant carrying Zachary with me alone, in a way none of them ever would. The morning light felt wrong when it finally crept through the curtains, pale and weak, like it didn't belong in that house. Everyone acted lighter, almost cheerful, making coffee and setting out pastries as if the night before had been nothing more than an awkward conversation that needed sleep to smooth it over. No one mentioned Zachary again. Not even a slip. I noticed small details that hadn't registered before. A crack in the kitchen tile that looked like it had been scrubbed too often, a faint dent in the hallway wall at shoulder height, framed photos rearranged so one space was oddly symmetrical but empty. These weren't new changes. They were careful ones. I left later that morning with hugs that lasted a second too long and smiles that felt carefully measured. No one followed me outside, but I felt watched until my car disappeared down the road. The cold air hit my face, and for the first time since arriving, I could breathe properly. I drove until my hands stopped clenching the steering wheel and pulled over just to sit there, listening to the engine tick as it cooled. Part of me wanted to go straight to the authorities, to say everything out loud before fear could talk me out of it. Another part knew exactly what kind of people my family was when cornered. They'd already proven how far they were willing to go to protect one of their own. For weeks after, I barely slept. Every unknown number on my phone made my pulse jump. I replayed their voices in my head, the calm certainty with which they talked about silence, about consequences. I did try to look into Zachary on my own. I searched old records, scrolled through archived posts, asked distant relatives who hadn't been there that night. Most answers ended abruptly, conversations drying up the moment his name came up. One person admitted they'd been told he moved away suddenly and not to ask questions. That was when I understood how wide the lie spread, how many people had accepted it without ever knowing why. I haven't been back since, and I never will. I cut contact completely, changed my number, and moved far enough that the distance feels permanent. The truth is still heavy, still unresolved, but I chose the only kind of control I could take. I refuse to be part of their pact beyond surviving it. Zachary exists in my memory, not theirs, and I won't let him vanish entirely just because it's more convenient for them. Writing this is the closest I'll come to saying his name out loud. If anything ever happens to me, I hope someone reads this and understands that some families don't break from tragedy. They seal it away and wait for it to surface again. That winter, our family decided to do something we'd always talked about but never actually done before. Cut our own Christmas tree on public land. Life at that point felt steady in a quiet, almost boring way, the kind of routine where weekends blur together, and you look for excuses to make memories. I worked long weeks. My wife Emily had just finished a rough stretch at her job, and the kids were restless from being cooped up. The idea sounded simple and wholesome, the kind of thing people talk about years later with a laugh. We packed the car early in the morning, thermos rattling between the seats, the kids arguing about music while frost clung to the windows. Nothing about that drive hinted at how sharply the day would turn. It felt like one of those harmless family plans you don't think twice about. That sense of safety stayed with us longer than it should have. The place we chose was a stretch of land locals talked about casually, somewhere between maintained roads and deep woods, with no clear borders once you left the parking area. Signs were sparse, old posts leaning at odd angles, most of them half hidden by brush. Snow hadn't fully settled yet, but the ground was slick, and every step made a quiet crunch that echoed more than expected. We walked deeper than planned, drawn by trees that looked fuller the farther we went. The kids trailed behind, kicking at frozen leaves, while Emily pointed out shapes in the branches. The woods felt empty in a strange way, not peaceful, just quiet enough to make you notice your own breathing. At one point, I remember thinking how easy it would be to get turned around out there. Still, nothing screamed danger, just isolation. The first shot sounded like a firecracker buried underground, a sharp crack followed by a thud as something tore into the dirt a few feet away. Everyone stopped at once, not out of panic but confusion, like our brains needed a second to catch up. A voice followed, shouting words that echoed and bent through the trees, directionless and impossible to pin down. I couldn't tell if it was one person or more, only that it carried anger. Emily grabbed the kids, pulling them close without saying a word. We yelled back that we were leaving, that there had to be some mistake. No response came, just the sound of movement somewhere beyond the tree line. The woods suddenly felt tight, like they were closing around us. Turning back wasn't as simple as retracing steps, not with the slope we'd wandered down without noticing. Another shot cracked through the air, closer this time, hitting the ground hard enough to send bits of frozen soil into my leg. Pain flared, sharp and hot, more from the fall that followed than the impact itself. The kids started crying, not screaming, but the kind of quiet fear that makes everything worse. We moved downhill fast, sliding more than walking, branches snapping against our coats. Cell service flickered uselessly, one bar appearing and disappearing like it was teasing us. I kept thinking the person shooting believed something about us that wasn't true, that in their mind we weren't a family at all. All that mattered then was getting back to the road, wherever it was. The sounds followed us in bursts, not constant, which somehow made it worse. Each crack through the trees reset the fear all over again, forcing us to guess whether it was closer or just echoing differently. Emily stayed behind me, pushing the kids forward, her voice low and steady even though her face had gone pale. My leg protested with every step, the ground dropping away unevenly, roots hidden under leaves waiting to trip us. At one point, we ducked behind a cluster of thick pines, holding still long enough to hear our own breathing. I shouted again that we were lost and leaving, my voice breaking halfway through. The answer was another shot, closer than before, tearing bark off a tree somewhere to our left. Whoever it was didn't want a conversation. The terrain forced us into a narrow path carved by runoff, slick with mud and ice. My foot slipped, and I went down hard, the pain blooming up my side and stealing my breath. Emily didn't hesitate, handing me one of the kids and pulling me back up with a strength I didn't know she had. The kids asked questions in whispers, the kind that break your heart because you don't have answers. I focused on small things just to keep moving. The sound of boots on wet leaves, the smell of pine sap crushed underfoot, the way the light shifted as clouds moved overhead. Every noise felt amplified, like the woods were listening. The idea that someone was tracking us, convinced we were stealing or hunting, settled heavy in my mind. It didn't matter what was true, only what they believed. We finally caught a glimpse of the road through the trees, a thin gray line that looked unreal after so much green and brown. Relief came too early, sharp enough to make my chest ache. Another shot rang out, striking the ground behind us, close enough that I felt it through my feet. We ran the last stretch without thinking, crashing through brush and spilling onto the roadside like we'd been thrown there. Cars passed without slowing, drivers unaware of what had just happened a few yards back. I waved one down, shouting, my voice hoarse and ragged. When someone finally stopped, the words came out in pieces, barely making sense even to me. I kept looking back at the tree line, half expecting someone to step out. Authorities searched the area later, asking questions that felt small compared to what we'd experienced. No shell casings turned up, no witnesses, no clear property markers that explained where we'd crossed. They told us it was likely a local hunter, someone protective of land or game, but nothing could be proven. We went home shaken, scraped, and exhausted, the tree long forgotten. The kids didn't talk much that night, and neither did we. Even now, the memory sits with me, not as a clear image, but as a feeling that rises whenever I think about how thin the line is between a normal day and something else entirely. We walked into those woods expecting a story to tell at Christmas. We left understanding how easily people can become targets without ever knowing why. That night, after the kids finally fell asleep, Emily and I sat at the kitchen table without turning on the overhead light. My leg had swollen enough that every shift in the chair sent a dull ache through my hip. But neither of us wanted to talk about hospitals or reports anymore. The house felt too quiet, the kind of silence that makes you replay sounds in your head. I kept hearing the crack of the shots, spaced out just enough to feel deliberate. Not wild, not panicked. Calculated. What bothered me most was the intent behind it. The idea that someone made a choice to scare, rather than help. We weren't chased by an accident. We were chased by a belief. Over the next few days, small details from that afternoon kept surfacing without warning. The way the shouting didn't seem rushed. How the shots always landed close enough to send a message, but never close enough to end it. I realized whoever it was knew that land well, knew how sound carried there, knew how hard it would be to escape downhill. That thought stuck with me more than the injury. It meant this wasn't chaos, it was control. I tried explaining that to a friend later and couldn't find the right words. It's hard to describe how terrifying it is to be treated like a threat when you're just trying to leave. We never went back to that area, not even to pick up the car tracks we'd left behind in the snow. The kids asked once if we could try cutting a tree again somewhere else, and the answer came out too fast, too sharp. Even places that look open and harmless can belong to someone in ways you can't see. Public land isn't always as clear as a map makes it seem. I started paying attention to boundaries after that, not just fences or signs, but the invisible ones people enforce with fear. Every wooded area I pass now feels different, heavier somehow. I don't assume silence means safety anymore. What still unsettles me is that we'll never know who fired those shots or how close we came to something worse. That person went back to their life, convinced they'd protected something, while we carried the memory home. Nothing followed us after that day. No threats, no calls, no explanations. It just stopped. And maybe that's what makes it linger. There was no lesson wrapped neatly at the end, no justice to point to. Just a normal family outing that ended with the quiet understanding that being in the wrong place, at the wrong moment, can turn strangers into enemies without a single word exchanged. At that point in my life, nights were quiet and predictable, the kind where errands felt automatic and nothing ever broke routine. Work had me staying late more often than I liked, and grocery shopping became a last stop before heading home. The store sat under harsh white lights, nearly empty, with that echo you only notice after midnight. I remember thinking how tired everyone looked, like the day had wrung us out the same way. The air outside felt sharp and clean, carrying the smell of wet pavement and old leaves. My apartment was only a few blocks away, a straight walk through streets I knew well. Nothing about that night felt special enough to remember. At least, not at first. Near the entrance, a man stood just beyond the automatic doors, dressed head to toe as Santa Claus. The coat looked thick and worn, the red dulled to something closer to rust, with white trim that had gone gray. He held a plastic donation bucket with a bell taped to the handle, shaking it slowly instead of ringing it. His beard sat crooked on his face, revealing a mouth that moved too much when he talked. When he asked for a donation, his voice came out flat, almost bored. I declined politely and kept walking, already digging for my keys. Behind me, his tone changed, slipping into comments about people forgetting the meaning of Christmas. They weren't loud, just sharp enough to land. The farther I walked, the more his words followed, carried by the quiet street. He talked about greed and how people like me ruined things for everyone else. Each sentence ended with a forced laugh that echoed longer than it should have. I glanced back once and saw him still there, Santa coat swaying as he moved. He didn't hurry or slow down, just kept the same distance, the donation bucket swinging at his side. Streetlights flashed across the white trim, making it look dirty and uneven. Cars passed now and then, but none slowed. His footsteps stayed steady, patient, like he had nowhere else to be. By the time my building came into view, my breathing felt shallow and rushed. The lobby door required a key fob, and the small glass entrance suddenly seemed fragile. I slipped inside and let the door close behind me, the lock clicking louder than usual. Through the glass, he stopped just outside, staring in as if studying a display window. His voice carried through the door, accusing, disappointed, telling me I hadn't learned anything. The bucket thudded once against the glass when he stepped closer. He grabbed the handle and pulled. hard enough to rattle the frame. That was when fear stopped feeling abstract and turned heavy and real. I backed away toward the elevator bank, my eyes locked on the door as if it might suddenly give in. The lobby lights hummed overhead, casting reflections across the tiled floor that made everything feel unreal. He pressed his face close to the glass, the fake beard brushing against it, and raised the bucket again. This time he shook it, not rhythmically, just enough to make the loose coins clatter. He said people needed consequences to understand generosity. The way he spoke sounded rehearsed, like lines practiced alone. When the door didn't open, his expression hardened into something tense and focused. He yanked the handle again, harder, the metal shrieking briefly. I fumbled for my phone and called the police, keeping my voice low even though he was still talking. While I waited for the dispatcher, he stepped back and paced the sidewalk in short lines, never leaving the doorway. He pointed at the building, then at me, still visible through the glass. His words shifted from scolding to corrective, like a teacher losing patience. He said Christmas was about learning, and lessons weren't meant to be comfortable. Each sentence felt aimed straight at me, personal and deliberate. The Santa hat slipped sideways as he moved, exposing short dark hair beneath. That detail stuck with me more than it should have. After a few minutes, headlights swept across the street, and the sound of an engine slowed nearby. The man stopped pacing and looked down the road, then back at me. His mouth tightened, and he leaned close to the glass one last time. He tapped the bucket against the door softly, almost gently, as if making a point. Then he turned and walked away, disappearing between parked cars without looking back. By the time the patrol car pulled up, the sidewalk was empty. The officers checked the area, took my statement, and nodded like this wasn't the first strange thing they'd heard that season. I barely slept that night, jumping at every sound from the hallway. The next morning, I found a small smear on the lobby glass where his beard had brushed it, a faint white streak I couldn't stop staring at. Management later said they'd review the cameras, but nothing came of it. I never saw the man again, Santa suit or otherwise. Still, every December when donation bells start ringing outside stores, my chest tightens. I take different routes home now, even in familiar neighborhoods. Whatever lesson he thought he was teaching never landed the way he wanted, but it stayed with me longer than I care to admit. In the days that followed, I tried to convince myself it had been an isolated incident, just someone unhinged using a costume as cover. I went back to work, stuck to my routines, and told friends a watered-down version that sounded less frightening when spoken out loud. Still, small details refused to fade. The scrape marks near the lobby handle hadn't been there before. A neighbor mentioned hearing someone rattling the door late that night, but assumed it was drunk college kids. Management eventually sent an email reminding residents not to let strangers into the building. Reading it felt surreal, like proof that it had really happened. A week later, while shopping earlier in the evening, I saw another Santa collecting donations near a different store. This one looked cleaner, friendlier, surrounded by families and kids tugging at their parents' coats. Even so, my body reacted before my mind could. I took a wide detour around him, heart pounding, eyes scanning for that same worn coat and dull white trim. Nothing happened, and I felt embarrassed by how shaken I was. That night, though, I checked the lobby door twice before going upstairs. I started paying attention to reflections in windows, footsteps behind me, the rhythm of bells in the distance. Eventually, I asked building management to let me move to a unit on a higher floor, closer to the stairwell cameras. They didn't ask many questions, just processed the request. A few weeks after that, new security measures went in. Better lighting outside, reinforced glass, clearer signage. Life slowly settled back into something close to normal. I stopped expecting to see red fabric at every corner. The fear dulled, turning into something quieter, like a low background noise I could ignore most days. Even now, years later, I still think about how calmly he walked, how sure he seemed that he was right. Nothing else ever came of it. No arrest, no follow-up, no explanation. Maybe he moved on to someone else, or maybe he disappeared as suddenly as he arrived. I don't know. What I do know is that I trust my instincts more than I used to, and I don't dismiss small moments anymore. That night ended without physical harm, without headlines or answers, but it changed how I move through the world. And every December when I pass a donation bucket, I remember how close a normal night came to turning into something much worse.